Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Hope you're all well. Welcome back to Chattybee. As you all know by now, this is the weekly show where I'll take one beautiful, humble guest and make them undress, unwind, and unmask. And today I'm joined by an elusive fellow. It's Kittens. Hi, Kittens. Ah! How are you doing? You good?
I'm doing good.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Well, welcome on, and thank you for wanting to be on in the first place. Because you are, whether you believe it or not, quite elusive to people.
Yes, I know. I'm sure I just poke my head and scream at Zaihi and then leave immediately.
Yes, you do, and I think from that, your background presence on Zaihi's microphone has made you somewhat of a sought after person. I think people want to know who it is. Who are you? What are you? Do you even exist? Are you real? I don't know, but I'm sure we're gonna find out. Anyway, as always, today wouldn't be possible without the support of a very, very lucrative sponsor. And today's episode sponsor is no one. No one pays me to do this. I sit here, I talk to people, I don't get money. I mean, I want money. So I guess the sponsor could be you. You want to sponsor the episode? Anyone? Anyone want to sponsor? Send
Your
me
fans
money.
are the sponsors.
Yeah, you're all the sponsor today. So send me money, please. Holy shit! I wasn't expecting someone to actually subscribe off the back of that. Thank you very much, Finn.
They're calling your bluff.
Yeah. Thank you. So today's episode sponsor is Finnegan. Oh no, actually, now it's Zai. It's Finnegan and Zai. They're the sponsors of today's episode. So thank you very much for your support, guys. So I guess, Kittens, before we jump into that first segment, I've already thanked you for being on the show, but I want to thank you again because Chattybee really is all about me using my friends for views. And I don't really know you, but thank you for letting me use... Holy shit. Ninfi is also a sponsor of the show as well. Thank you so much, Ninfi. So yeah, today's episode is sponsored by Finn, Ninfi, and Zai. But yes, I don't really know you, but thank you for letting me use you for views and clicks and money. This is there is an ulterior motive to all of this. But yeah, that's what you're here for. Anyway, without further ado, everyone, this is the first segment of the show. It's questions. As you all know by now, it's the segment where I'll ask the guest questions. Maybe we'll get into a little bit things you're interested in, things you like to do, what you do in your spare time. So I guess we'll start with that then. Kittens, what do you... Because you don't stream on Twitch, do you? You stream on Picardo. So what's that like?
Yeah.
Why did you start streaming Picardo, and what do you do there?
Picardo, I think, is actually where me and Zaihi both started. Picardo is a mostly art-only streaming platform. I think it's actually like created by furries, if I'm not mistaken. I'd say like 80% of the content on there is furry art. But being that it was just a strictly art streaming website, I gravitated towards that. I stayed there, and Zaihi left, and that was really it for that. The other actual part of the other reason that I stayed there is because Twitch is very finicky when it comes to adult content.
Right.
So like a little bit too much cleavage on your shirt, and you might get banned, kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not even strictly... It doesn't even have to be strictly not safe for work. They just kind of... But then they've got this whole pools, hot tubs, and beaches thing.
What?
Yeah, on Twitch, there is a whole entire segment for pools, hot tubs, and beaches. And that is... that's an adventure, let me say. Because for a platform that doesn't necessarily like the not safe for work side of things, they're quite happy with this kind of thing where it's like full ass presentation, tiny bikinis. You know, I mean, there was a guy who was it was just an old fat guy sat in his bathtub, and I mean, I watched that for about 3 hours because he was just sat talking to like 3 people, and that's true entertainment. I wish I remembered his username because he would definitely get a shout out. Because I mean, if I was gonna do a hot tub stream, that's what I would do. I would just sit in the bathtub. Um,
Mm.
but yeah. Okay, so you obviously do art over on Picado. I've seen
Hmm.
some of your art. I really like it. I really like your background work particularly. But do you have any influences? Anything that helps you?
Uh, yeah. I mean, so if you're asking for like artists that influenced me the most, the two that really did the most inspiration.
Mhm.
I'll start with the least because I always cherish the guy that is number one. But
Mhm.
Range Maruda is one of the artists that I really like to emulate slash I look up to.
Yeah.
He's a Japanese artist, probably well known for animes like The Last Exile. He did the character art for an old anime in like the early 2000s called Blue Submarine Number Six. It was like
Yeah.
6 episodes long, showed on Toonami, and that was the one that, like, before I even knew who the guy was, I saw Blue Sub Number Six, and I was like, I like this show. This is really cool.
Yeah.
And then later on, I tried to focus a little more on art, and I was like, oh yeah, Range Maruda, like I always really liked his stuff. And so his backgrounds and like just the way he composes some of his artworks kind of I try to draw inspiration from that. But number one
Mhm.
for most inspirational artists for me is actually most of all of these going to be Japanese artists, but
Mhm.
Yoshitoshi Abe. He's been doing art since probably the 80s. But yeah, he's most well known for just straight character design. He doesn't really dive outside of that.
Mhm.
But he's the artist behind animes like Serial Experiment Lane, Nia Under Seven, Hyben Renmi was another fairly popular one.
Mhm.
Techno Eyes was another one that he did, and all he's ever done is just design the characters.
Yeah.
Actually, I can't say that. I lie. I lie a lot. Hyben Remy was actually one of like his like from start to finish one of his productions. He wrote the original story, did all the characters and all that. That he just ended up having a company animate for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, so a lot of when it comes to like the way he draws his eyes, the faces that I use, I almost always am trying to emulate him in some way. His
Mhm.
backgrounds are insane. There's a lane picture that I had as my background for my computer for years,
Yeah.
and it never came off.
No.
So, but those are like the two that like I would always say are the two inspirations for artists for
Yeah. I mean, looking at a lot of, and I haven't seen a lot of Yoshitoshi Abe's work. He, he he has very kind of it's I don't know. There's something kind of dark almost about it.
yeah. For Abe, yeah,
Yeah.
it's because I've studied him a lot, unfortunately.
That's okay.
So he does. So a lot of artists these days do a lot of like just digital art. Like they'll just from scratch they'll start on whatever canvas, be it Clip Studio Paint, Photoshop, Psy,
Mhm.
whatever. Coral Essentials I think is still being used. But Abe, he actually does a lot of his art like straight onto the paper and then transitions into computer, and that's why his style has a lot of that really sketchy look,
Yeah.
which I really like. I like arts that or art styles that are very sketchy. Somebody else that comes to mind is Shira Miwa, the artist of Dogs.
Yeah.
It's like the only thing he's done, but yeah, super sketchy stuff is. I like even when it comes to like, oh hey, my final piece. Like I like your sketch more than your final.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I like his sort of his lines are kind of thin. It's kind of almost jagged. It seems nothing's perfectly curved or
Mhm.
anything. It's a very it really does give me a sort of like it's not exactly horror but kind of that kind of vibe where it's
Mhm.
very dark. It's not quite as dark as sort of a Junji Ito, but um
Oh yeah, yeah.
sort of a midpoint there, I think, between a sort of a traditional manga and almost a Junji Ito, and also very proportionally. The characters seem to be much more proportionally realistic rather than
Mm.
sort of in your face.
or
Huge
like
tits, tiny
over
waist.
yeah, like they're his character design has always been very grounded. It's like yeah, a lot of the animes these days, a lot of manga is like what they call moe. It's just like cute girl stuff and like
Mhm.
large eyes and over expressions and stuff like that. And he's very just subtle and like subdued, I guess is the right word when it
Yeah,
comes to his expression. You don't see his characters smile a lot.
yeah,
It's almost like he's taken a snapshot of what's going on around with the character,
yeah.
and it's like the perfect moment to actually get like a true expression out of somebody, because like you could be like, hey, smile for the camera, and it's like now the thing's forced, you know, that like there's a picture being taken. Meanwhile, a lot of his art is just like you've caught somebody's attention and you snapped a picture immediately.
Yeah, it's candid, kind of candid. Um,
Hmm.
and it sort of you, as you said, it seems much more expressive. And you can draw, I suppose, a much more grounded emotion from whatever's being pictured.
Hmm.
So when did you get into art then? And sort of how long have you been drawing for? What triggered your interest to it?
I've drawn as long as I can remember, honestly. I've even as a kid, like a 5-year-old, I was drawing monster trucks and boats and helicopters and
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. I drew all the way up to high school. There was a very brief. There's two very brief break periods in my life.
Mhm.
In high school, I started to stop very briefly just because art really wasn't like doing anything for me
Yeah.
anymore. It was like, like I want to go I want to go do something else.
Mm.
And then Zaihi met me and slapped me across the face and said, "You're not stopping art. In fact, you're actually going to draw even more now. So get to it, you little scrub." So,
Right. So, are you saying there's a ball and chain around your ankle right now, and you're forced to draw continuously?
no, not anymore.
No.
Now
You're
I just do
free.
it because I want to.
Is it? Are we
But
sure? Is it not Stockholm syndrome?
no, definitely.
Perfect.
Considering the feedback I get from Zaihi, no, definitely not.
No, I mean one bit of feedback I'd definitely give you from it is your background work is incredible. I really love your background work, and I don't
I
think
wish
it's stated enough for artists.
I wish I did more backgrounds. Uh, they are so time consuming, but
Yeah.
oh god. But yeah, to continue the question, there was a point around 2000, I'd say 2009ish. I briefly stopped again, only because I wanted to focus on like different hobbies. Like I had just started playing guitar, and
Mhm.
at that time, art was like the only thing. If it wasn't like playing Call of Duty 2, it was art.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm gonna find one of these things. I'm just gonna slow down on it. And I slowed down for a little bit. I frankly, it was so short. I don't think I actually even stopped. I just remember I wanted
Yeah.
to. And then up until like about 2013 ish, I think. Trying to remember. It was around the time I left Japan the first time.
Yeah.
So it had to be around 2013. I actually like knuckled down and started actually studying Abe's style and just trying to come up with a style for my own, or if anything, just replicate his stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and then it's been nonstop since then. Like I haven't stopped.
Yeah. So is it that you like to create? Do you draw from universes that exist? Do you do primarily, or do you do a lot of character creation when you're drawing
It,
characters?
I mean, it's probably just universes. It fluctuates depending on kind of what's going on
Mhm.
with me at the time. Like when we were in Japan the first time, we were playing D&D. So a lot of my time, or a lot of the art that I was doing at the time, was like my D&D characters. I tried to, as things happened and I fleshed her out. I drew her periodic. Excuse me, periodically, just to. It was fun. It was a new topic to draw.
Yeah.
I've written stories from high school, so like OCs and stuff like that.
Mhm.
When I was really heavy into writing, I drew one character a lot, and then I stopped writing, and so did the art of her.
Yeah.
So like, it just kind of depends on what's going on with me at the time. Like if you'd asked me like 2 years ago, Girls Frontline was like the game I was playing, so I was always drawing those, and like to the point of like that was the only thing I was known on Twitter for.
Yeah.
Uh, and now like I've kind of died off. I have an OC that I try to do like art challenges with, but I like it's kind of just whatever I have time for now, just because work is so it's so stressful, so busy. I put so much time into it. I'm just like I get home and I like a sketch. Like I can't remember the last large picture I did anymore.
Yeah, it's just kind of doing what you can in the time that you have. Do you not have anything that you sort of work on or sort of continually, maybe over the course of a few weeks? You put a little bit of time in, put a little bit of time in.
No, I generally when I do draw, I try to finish things within like that sitting.
Yeah.
I don't like revisiting our the same piece too many times. Not because
Hmm.
I'm afraid of like overcooking it, but my desire to work on it lessens each time I have to come back to it.
Yeah.
Uh, s- so yeah, it's kind of like even pictures that I'm like I like old pictures that I've done from years ago that I'm like, oh man, it'd be really cool to redraw that. As soon as I sit down and like put it on the canvas, I'm like, I really don't want to do this again. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. So what sort of setup do you use and what are your preferred tools?
I have a Wacom Cintiq 22. Just the
Oh.
regular version, not the HD. Um, and let's see, what is this? This is the this is I think this isn't the classic pen. This is the mic, not the micro. I don't know what the name of it. It's not
Mhm.
the fat one that comes with all the Wacoms. I actually went out and bought a secondary Wacom pen. It's just it feels more natural. It's got instead of curving outward at the tip, it actually curves inward. So
Mhm.
it's more like one of those gum grips that you would put on your pencils in elementary school. It's a little bit like that.
Yeah.
Um, and then for the programs I use Psy for like 90% of my work.
Mhm.
Um, I just like Psy. The age old question of who would win in a fight. 300 custom brushes in Photoshop or one round boy in Psy
Yeah.
is what I live by. Um, but
That's
yeah, and then once I get done with like uh, painting and doing the line arts and whatnot, I usually jump over to like Clip Studio. I used to use Photoshop, but now it's
mhm.
more Clip Studio Paint to do like final touches, After Effects, and stuff like that.
Oh, perfect. Okay, fair enough. Have you dabbled in any sort of animation or anything like that, or just art?
I would like to, but the sheer amount of time that it takes me to do a single piece, I could not imagine diverting from all the millions of ideas I have to draw regular art to now do animation.
Yeah.
I don't think my art style is conducive for animation either. It's very sketchy and like
Mhm.
I think some animations look best when they are solid and clean.
Yeah. Fair enough. Do you have I know you're busy with work and things, but is there a favorite time of day for you where you find that your creativity is at its highest?
I like to think the weekends, but it used to be like around the times I was streaming. I would usually stream when I was on like day shift and stuff like that. I would like when she was streaming over there, I would usually stream on Picardo.
Yeah.
Uh, like and but yeah, there's no real like moment where I'm just like the juices are flowing today. It's just kind of like when I have time.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that's totally fair. So what sort of things do you do to develop your own art skills? Is it just practice, 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 or do you have a certain, I guess, ritual may not be the right word, but is there anything you do in particular to keep yourself on top of practice, to pick up new things, and perfect things that you already work at?
yeah. So to my own detriment, I don't actually practice that much, and if I do practice, it's usually with whatever piece I'm working on at the moment.
Hmm.
Occasionally, I'll find myself like trying to do something new with each piece. So like I get a little bit of practice on new techniques or new ideas,
Hmm.
but I don't sit down and okay, I'm gonna draw a ball and shade it 30 times at different angles. Like I would much rather just go and create something with the expertise that I have and try to do something new versus perfect it.
Yeah.
this is probably not the way to do things, because I've seen so many artists that are out there that are just like, yeah, study your fundamentals, learn your shapes and your lightings, and I'm just like, I just want to draw.
Yeah. Just let me draw. Like, fuck all
Yeah.
that stuff. Yeah, fair enough. Do you think art helps you in any other areas of your life? Do you think it's beneficial to you in any way, vocationally, emotionally, anything like that?
I'd say probably emotionally. I mean, everyone. I think to some degree, some people use art to vent a little bit,
Mhm.
which I have used. If you want to read into that, I won't go any further than that.
No,
But
yeah.
um, yeah. Outside of that, like I don't really use it at my job or anything.
Mm.
I mean, yeah, I don't.
Just a
Yeah,
creative outlet for frustration, things like that.
yeah. It's more of just a hobby. Like I got so many hobbies as it is, but it's probably my number one hobby. So
Yeah, yeah,
right next to like playing video games, of course. 'Cause-
yeah. Well, exactly. Well, I guess we can kind of move on to that then. So games. Now,
Hmm.
I know we mentioned there was one thing in your subject that you wanted to talk about, but let's start with video games. What do you play?
I dedicate all of my time to Destiny 2.
Hmm.
Why? Because I've been in this game for almost 10 years, and I'll be damned if I stop now, even
Yeah,
though it may not be the best game ever.
yeah.
But yeah, if it ain't Destiny 2, then I try to dabble in whatever the new hot game is at the moment. I
Hmm.
tried to like Resident Evil 4 when that was out. Thankfully, I was able to dedicate some time to that.
Hmm.
Armored Core 6 coming out at the end of the month. I'll try and get that in. As long as Destiny's not like in full gear. Usually, like towards the ends of their seasons, I actually all I do is like log in for the weekly to see what's new, and
Yeah,
then that's it. That yeah, usually like 30 days before the end of the seasons when I get to like play other games around. Like, but my want to play list is so big. Like, I want to play Diablo 4. I want to play Armored Core.
hmm.
There's a new game, Witchfire, coming out. I want to play that. It's like, if I play these, I won't be able to do my weekly grind in Destiny.
So,
So,
when it comes to Destiny, I mean, yeah, you mentioned Armored Core. I mean, I've not touched an Armored Core game for such a long time, but I do have a love for From Software games, to be honest with you.
mm.
So I may pick that one up. But going back to Destiny, then obviously you've been in there for a while. Is there a group that you play with? Are you a raider or what sort of?
uh, no, I don't. Well, there is a group. It's just a group of friends. Like, I don't do well with LFG or anything like that.
Yeah.
I very much stick to, hey, I got a friend who plays Destiny. Like, I'm just gonna play with them, and then eventually, you get them all in the same Discord server together.
Hmm.
Uh, but like in doing that, like I've seen so many people like come and go playing Destiny. I mean, it has been around for almost 10 years at this point. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like one of the few that has stuck with it to the very end. It's like those Stockholm syndrome for WoW almost. Like
Yeah.
it's been that long, and we still keep getting beaten up and things taken away and bad decisions made. But we're still gonna be here to see it to the end.
Yeah.
Um, but no, I don't have a very specific group. It's just group friends that I've made throughout, like either I've worked with because I've moved around quite a bit,
Hmm.
uh, or just people I happen to randomly come across on Twitter. I've had several friends in my Twitter list. They're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, you play Destiny?" Because I'll randomly talk about Destiny outside of my art, and they're like, "Oh, you play Destiny? You want to do stuff?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, whatever."
Yeah. So I have to ask then your opinion on the sun setting. I know they stopped that, didn't they? But I rem-
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say that was like so like 3 years ago.
that was this. We're talking. I mean, that was probably the time I last played.
Mm,
Beyond. I'm gonna say Beyond Light. I think it was called. Um,
I think it was. Yeah.
when they first brought out the I can't remember what it was called now. The fourth sort of elemental archetype for every character.
Yes. Stasis. Yes.
Stasis. Yeah.
The
Um,
darkness powers.
Yes, and I remember me and my friends the mad rush to try and get the exotics that were going out of the game. Now
Mm,
I've never been much of a PvPer in Destiny, so we never really bothered with that. But it was more the stuff that you could get through various challenges. Um,
mm.
so have you done all the raids for Destiny 2?
I have done them in some fashion.
Hmm.
I have not completed one of them. I've not completed Deepstone Crypt, which was the raid for that expansion, actually,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Beyond Light. Everything else, oh, except for the new one. We just like a couple weeks ago tried to do the new one with me and an old group of friends and some friends from Finland.
yeah,
Um, got through, I think, to the second encounter, and we stopped. So,
yeah,
but I have done all of the raids, even from D1 to D2,
yeah. Because
in at least some fashion.
yeah, because they brought back in the Witch Queen. They brought back the Kingsfall one, the Oryx raid
Yes,
from Destiny 1, didn't they? Did they change
they did.
anything?
Yes.
I never got to play that.
Minor changes. The totem room is slightly different.
Hmm.
The Death Singers is just slightly different.
Yeah,
Nothing drastic, like a whole new encounter or anything like that.
fair enough, fair enough. So what's been your favorite one then? If you can
Hmm.
pick one. I know I'm looking at
Mm,
Last Wish. I think that's probably the one that I have the best memories of. But I haven't, as I say, I haven't played it.
oh, I did Last Wish once all the way through. It's no wonder they put the wish wall in there because oh my god, it's so long.
Yeah, yeah, oh
I
yeah,
I do really like the fact that it is just that long because it like even the most recent one they beat in like a couple world's first was like a couple hours, maybe in 2 hours they beat it already. I was like, that's disappointing. But favorite one, let's see. I'm probably gonna say King's Fall.
yeah,
Uh, I can't. Leviathan was fun too, but yeah, I'm gonna say King's Fall. I just liked all the weapons. The armor looked good. Oryx was a cool final boss.
yeah.
Yeah, every like the whole package was there for me to like. So
Yeah, exactly. Though I've got to say, I still also have memories from the Vault of Glass releasing in Destiny 1.
there
Not,
is something special about Vault of Glass, though.
yeah, yeah.
Like just
I do think it's maybe because it was the first for me, anyway.
it, it was the first for a lot of people, and it was the first, honestly, of its kind. Because like at the release of Destiny 1, there wasn't really any, for that matter, MMO in quotations because it's only 6 people. It's not like the 46 WoW thing, but like
Yeah,
to have an experience like that in a shooter, nonetheless, like it wasn't a thing at the time. So like
no,
it kind of was the first of the kind. It was really like astonishing. Like that, like even just like even to this day, Destiny's like world building and their artistic design is still spot on. Like
yeah, it
except
is.
for maybe Neomuna, I hated that place, but uh, but yeah, just like it looked beautiful the entire way through.
Yeah, they did a really good job. The characters, the NPC characters of Destiny are, I mean, in any shooter game that I've played up to this point, they're the only ones that I can actually bring myself to care about. Because
Mm,
I think they do so well with them. Obviously, Zavala, rest in peace, Lance Reddick. But
mm.
um, also, oh, Cade. I've got
Yeah,
to
spoilers, guys, if you haven't been playing.
no
Um,
no comments on Cade, but for me,
no comments on Cade. There's actually they. I won't reveal for those who actually care, but they actually killed off another main character who's been with us since like the beginning of Destiny.
yeah,
It wasn't like main. How do we say this without spoiling other things? It wasn't main factions.
hmm
Let's say, but it was still like somebody who's been in the tower with us since day one, and there it's just like, oh god, that actually kind of hurt.
yeah,
And now we
yeah.
got to sit here and wonder what they're gonna do with Zavala. Like, are they gonna replace him, or are they just gonna like, pivot and maybe kill that character off because of what happened with Lance Riddick?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it's obviously a different situation to what they did with Cade, because I believe Cade was originally Nathan Fillion voice acting, and then it went to Nolan North, didn't it? Before
Right.
um
Yeah, it was.
they sort of recast. Now I'm not 100% on what actually happened with that, but I'm not sure if they will with. I think they might be another sort of Black Panther situation where they're not gonna recast the character out of respect
Hmm.
for the voice actor. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what it was that made me even fall out of love with Destiny. It may have just been it got to that point where I was kind of I was deep into the grind, and it was the progression fully slowed off, and it was
Mhm.
grinding, um, to get very little, what felt to be pretty unrewarding at the time. But as a game, I mean, it's a fantastic game. I
Mhm.
switched to Warlock from Hunt. I was Hunter in Destiny 1, and switched over to Warlock in Destiny 2. I mean, what do you play? You Guardian, Warlock, Titan, sorry.
Uh, I am a hunter the entire way through. I I don't know how people do this game with all three characters. I can't sit here and play this game with all three characters
No.
because playing it with one is already like too much.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a hell of a
Yeah,
lot of
I
work.
I do dabble with warlock periodically when I'm like fully done with the hunter. I've got everything. There's nothing more I'm looking for. I'll jump onto my warlock and just screw around because they got some cool builds too.
Yeah.
I can't tell you the last time I touched my Titan. I bet if I boot the game up, it's still level 0.
Yeah, because they kind of changed the leveling, didn't they? Because we had the light level for a while,
Hmm.
through Destiny 1, and then Destiny 2's. Did they change it part way through Destiny 2? I don't remember. There's something about it changed with the way the gear interacts and how your level changes as you get
Yeah, it was tied to your gear. They moved it to gear based level, which I think is something they took out of WoW. But
Mhm,
yeah, they're about to change it again. Not drastically,
mhm,
but like the seasonal and the expansional increase in light level because I think the first light levels were like 800 or something like that.
mhm.
And now they're gonna start dialing that back, and they're just gonna make the game just more difficult. Like
Yeah,
there's just gonna be this perpetual like you're just not strong enough for like raids and stuff like that. It's
yeah.
not gonna be like oh you gotta be 1800 to get in here.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing, and I think it gets to a point, particularly it did with WoW as well, where the numbers just got ridiculous as well. They
Mm-hmm.
weren't easy to read. I mean, I remember again, when I last played, it was like 900 or something, and then I don't even know what it'd be now, like 2,000 maybe.
We're at 1800 right now. Well, 18. I think it's 1820 is cap.
Yeah,
But yeah,
which is like a crazy kind of oddly specific number almost. So I think
yeah.
squishing that back, I don't think would be a bad thing. But it's also how that interacts as well. Because when they do these kinds of squishes, I know with WoW, it sort of made a lot of the older gear like scale badly. Like it was, it, there was occasions where older gear would sometimes outperform newer gear just
Mm,
because of how the scaling was handled.
mm-hmm.
Because it's not just a case of let's just divide everything by 6 or whatever. Um, okay then. So any other games that you like to play, or is it just kind of at the moment Destiny and then pick up whatever's latest?
Yeah, it's mostly that. I used to play phone games like I mentioned, Girls Frontline
Mhm.
is a phone game. Um, I kind of dried myself out of that one. Like just it's a phone game, gotcha. So it's like constant daily grind and
Yeah.
for what little reward kind of thing.
Hmm.
It got to the point where I just logged in for events and that was it. I was like, I by doing this, I'm not getting my enough of the resources that I need to continue to essentially got to catch them all kind of thing because it
Yeah.
was one of those games. There's like 300 characters I think when I left. Yeah, of course I wanted all of them, so I had to like grind out specific things to get those characters that only dropped in certain things. I was like, I can't do this. That and I used to play at work, and
Hmm.
work became too busy for me to actually keep up with at work. So I was like, and I get home, and like I'm either drawing or I'm playing Destiny or I'm sleeping.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
but I did weasel myself back into another phone game that I'd actually been waiting to play for a while. It's
Hmm.
called Blue Archive.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I really don't know if I'm gonna stick on it for very long. I kind of just like the characters, and that's about it. So
Yeah. Well,
I couldn't even tell you what's going on in the game. Like I'm just going through the maps and like, oh, I like this character. Let's use that. Like these are telltale signs of this game ain't gonna stick very long.
Yeah. I mean, so you never got sucked into sort of the Genshin Impacts, the Honkai Star Rails, Clash of
Thank God,
Clans?
no. No. Oh God, Clash of Clans. No. I did play Honkai Impact, I think it was.
Yeah.
Not Genshin, but the first one, which I think was Honkai.
Yeah.
I played that very briefly, and only because when I booted it up, they were doing a crossover with Evangelion, and my favorite character was a playable character. I was like, "Oh, we're dedicating like 2 months to this game now."
Yeah, why not?
But
So,
I
yep, go
no, I
ahead.
was gonna say I actually liked Honkai for the brief periods that I did play it, though.
Yeah, I think they get. I mean, all pretty much all phone games are sort of painted with the same brush, where it's the enter the funny little numbers on the back of your credit card, and here's all the things that you want to buy. But I mean, with that then, sort of playing those kinds of games, was that something that you ever got sucked into, or are you very strict with that kind of thing? Like, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not
I
entering
had
these numbers.
I generally try to be, I guess, analytical about it.
Mhm.
I did dump a little bit of money into Honkai, and that was only so that I could get the Evangelion character.
Yeah.
So I dumped enough so that I could actually like make her usable, because like as soon as you get a character, they're pretty low statted,
Yeah.
and you'll never get the points to upgrade her outside of the event.
Yeah.
Girls Frontline, I absolutely dumped. I won't go back through my history and find out how much I put into that game, but it's not the egregious levels of like certain people we know who have spent thousands on Genshin. It's not
Mm,
that bad.
yeah.
Um, Unfortunately, the only game that you could consider like that I actually dumped money into is Magic.
Yeah.
It's not even a phone game, but I will buy packs whenever I see them.
Well, at least you have something physical to represent the money you've spent.
Exactly. Like, and that's kind of hard for me. Like, it's like I know I'm gonna quit eventually. So is it worth giving it hundreds of dollars? That's kind of how I'm like. I don't want to spend money on this.
Yeah, well, exactly, and I mean, some people. I mean, that's why kind of why we have the term whale. Some people spend thousands in these games and they just get sucked in. I mean, I remember reading
Mm.
about a guy who put something like 6.5 grand into The Simpsons, tapped out, and I'm kind of
Oh
like,
gosh.
how? I think I played that game for 30 minutes and it was fucking boring. It was
The
awful.
Simpsons tapped out. Is that a Simpsons wrestling game?
No, it's like a city management game based
Oh
in the
god.
Simpsons universe. I'm like, oh, I need to spend 17.99 to buy Moe's Tavern. I'm like, what? Why? Why? To what end? But yeah. So I guess did you get sucked into any of the crazes with like the Pokemon Go or maybe even the new Monster Hunter Niantic game, anything like that?
No, I've always struggled to play Pokemon games to begin with. Like, I mean, I enjoy it. I got that I like, but I'm not dying to get the latest Pokemon. And Pokemon Go is kind of the same way. Like, what is it, Gold or something like that is the currency in that game. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't buy. It was strictly like, oh, get gold out of the gym. I'm a penny pincher as it is,
Yeah.
or at least I think I am when it comes to these things. When a game has like resources, I start to like really hold resources until I realize like how much it gets funneled, and then once I realize how much things get funneled into certain different things, that's when I like, oh, okay, I can afford to do this because this doesn't come around a lot, or I get so much of it that it doesn't matter. So like that's what I did with Pokemon Go. It's like I think I had like almost 2,000 gold or something like that at one point in that game,
Yeah.
and so he looked at me and like, what do you, how are you not spending this on anything? I'm like, I don't need to. I trash every Pokemon I ever get. I dismantle every item I ever get. I don't need this stuff. So I held it in, and like I would buy like cosmetics, dumb cosmetic stuff like the Team Rocket outfit or something. Screw Pokemon space. I want to look like Jesse.
Yeah, why not? We have a question from Ghost, and it says, "Why is kittens 3 crows?"
I don't even know where this joke came from. It's just three crows in a trench coat.
So you
That's
are
the
actually
joke.
right. So there you go, Ghost. Kittens is actually 3 crows in a trench coat. And the next thing is, why buy microtransactions when you could buy Zai peepees?
We almost lost them in the mail, and they magically showed up, and we got a refund for it. So
Free peepees?
three peepees on
I
accident. I think we waited like almost 2 to 3 months, and we emailed them like, "Hey, so it hasn't showed up and it hasn't moved. Can we get a new order?" And like, actually, we're out of stock, and so we're gonna have to refund you. And then like a week later, it showed up. We're like, "Oh."
Do you not find those things horrifying to look at?
I No, not really, because I liked Furbies as a kid, so that just looks like a weird Furby to me, and like
Yeah.
it's not creepy to me.
Have you seen the long Furbies?
I think I've seen like one image of it.
Yeah, that's
It's
kind of
just
a
like a bunch of Furbies
craze.
stacked on each other.
Almost. It's like some people build like full on almost like exoskeletons just to surround in fabric and then stick a fucking Furby on the top of it. They
Apparently,
might be one of the worst things I've ever seen.
apparently, you have a deep-seated hate for pee-pee.
Yes, I do. It's I don't know what exactly it is about them. They look wrong. They shouldn't exist. They look like they shouldn't exist. It's one of those kind of the beady little eyes, the fact that it's two orbs stuck to each other. It's all just wrong to me. It looks completely no. They're cursed. That's I guess is the word
Mm.
for it. They're completely cursed, and I hate them. But if if you want to own PPs, then that's fine. It's your money, or free piece anyway, as I put it, for the free PPs. So how many PPs do you own, or
I
do you
don't know
both own?
any. That is an all Zahi thing. PP. I think she only has one PP. As I mean, most mammals do, but Wee Wee's on the other hand, I think she has three. She's been drinking the northern Fukushima water a little too much.
Yeah, it seems so. Three wee. I mean, what is a wee wee just a French PP? Like what?
It's just a flat PP.
What is a right? Hold on, I'm googling this. What is a wee wee? And why are these? Yeah, okay, so that is just a flat PP. You're exactly correct. That's
hmm
worse. Those are awful. Why? It's the way they look at you. I think there's something in the way that those fucking beady little eyes are staring at me. They look like they want to consume and do nothing more. No, I don't like them. I don't like them.
Which one's more terrifying, that creature from that one horror game, or a wee wee?
It's a wee wee. It's a wee wee. If you made sort of a Five Nights at Freddy's ish game about, or even if I don't know, I just don't want to be anywhere near a wee wee. I'm sorry. I just don't even. Yeah, I can't perceive them. I'm wee wee blind. So
Don't perceive me.
yeah, do not perceive me. Ghost says, apart from cards, do you collect anything?
Um. Yeah. Yes. It's a hard divide between like, is this a collection because I want to collect it, or is it because I have a hobby and I want to use it, kind of thing. I do have a lot of guitars
Yeah.
because I play. You could call it a collection. I mean, other than that, I do have a ton of anime figures that never seems to shrink in size, or
Yeah.
when it does, it doesn't do a dent in the thing.
Yeah.
Um, I guess dojins, art stuff, manga. Like I do collect them. It's more of an appreciation thing. Like I just
Yeah.
like art, so I buy things or artists that I want to support, kind of thing. So it does collect at a time. I have a bookshelf behind me. It's just stocked full of books I probably won't ever crack open, but I like the art.
Yeah. Well, I mean, fair enough. So, is there anything that you've bought, or is there anything that Zai's bought where one or the other of you has just turned around and said, "Thought, why the fuck did you buy this?" Maybe it's
I'm
cursed.
sure
Maybe it's
plenty of
strange.
times. Plenty of times. I mean, well, she did that to me when I bought my car. I have a Natasha car,
Mhm.
and are you familiar with what a Natasha is?
I'm not. How do you spell that? I have to Google.
Uh, IT
Yeah,
ITASHA.
a Tasha car. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have a Weebmobile.
Yeah, I was looking straight out. I was like, um, yeah, these are definitely Weebmobiles. So I guess my next question is why?
Uh, Friends are very bad influences. One, two. I was like, this is the second time in Japan, and I didn't do this the first time. I want to do it this time. And the third reason is I got the money too.
I would like to remind the court of our first car in Japan. Um, I feel like I should probably put a picture of a Natasha car up just so people can see. So
If you,
I don't mean to sort of put you in like a public humiliation situation here, but
I am ashamed of nothing.
do you have two cars then, or do you make Zai drive around in that as well?
I have three.
You have three
Here
cars,
I'll
okay?
show. I'll show you. This is. I'll just give you my car. I put it. I put it in the Discord.
Okay.
Um, but sorry. Oh, yes, I have three cars. Put your car up. Yes, I know. I have this car. I have a second car, which is a 1985 CRX from Honda, which is also going to get this treatment.
So
But it's not this egregious. I swear to God, it's not this egregious. It's just cosmetically, like, I'm changing the color of the car. That's it.
So for
It's
anyone watching, you can currently see this is Kitten's car, and it has Mosin on it, so I mean it's topical for you. Um,
Yep.
I mean I like the design. It's a nice design. I personally probably wouldn't put the anime
Hmm.
person on it, but yes, Ghost, this is Kitten's actual car. Um, so why did you buy this? Is my question.
The Atasha or the car?
The Atasha.
I had a friend who also had one. He had one of Kill la Kill, and he was like, "I can point you in the right direction if you're interested." And I was like,
Mhm.
"Absolutely." And then he told me how much it was going to cost me, and I was like, "I'm still doing it."
I need to ask if that's okay. How much what's the approximate cost of getting your car wrapped like this? Because I'm guessing it's a
uh,
wrap, right? Or is it just stickers? So.
it's a wrap, yeah.
Mhm.
It really depends. It's based upon like surface area, I guess is the right
Mhm.
word. Like
How
the
wrapped
more
it
of the
is, yeah.
car you cover, the more expensive it's gonna get. The more ink they have to use, the more
Mhm.
expensive it's gonna get.
Right.
It could range from something. Uh, I'm thinking that my other car is probably gonna be somewhere around three, maybe.
Mhm.
Um, and that's just a color. That's like just giving it a flat color with some minor designs. It might be even less than that because I'm not even doing the whole car. Uh, Larger like SUV vehicles or
Yeah.
things like that because people drive Helixes and trucks here. Those could run you like 6, 7 thousand,
Fucking
and that's
hell.
we're not even talking about the artist who put the thing on because like when I asked the company that I did because they also will design you whatever Itachi you want,
Mhm.
and I was like because I already had one, I had an artist do it, and I just asked a question like how much would it cost for me to use you guys as the designer, and they're like oh about 4,000. I was like what? My artist was only 600. Shut up.
So obviously you have that car. What other cars do you have, if you don't mind my asking?
Um. Oh yeah. The '85 Honda CRX, which is a classic, old
Mhm.
pizza delivery vehicle, but I love it.
Yeah.
And then we drive a Honda Acti, which is a little K truck. That's Zaihi's vehicle, and it gets us around town. Slips in and out of the back roads without a problem. So, um,
That's incredible. I didn't imagine this tiny little kind of mini pickup truck being the type of vehicle that Zai would drive.
oh, she loves. Oh, we wish we had had it the first time we were here, but I wasn't good at buying vehicles.
Yeah, fair enough.
I showed up first and I was like, "Oh, what kind of vehicles?" And everyone's like, "You need something that will get you around in the snow because we lived up north and it
Yeah.
snowed heavily." And I was like, "Okay, well, I'll get this four-wheel drive vehicle." And he was like, "You didn't even run this by me. This car is disgusting. I hate it. I wish you'd never bought it." And I was like, "Oh, well, all right."
So you thought challenge accepted and bought an Natasha.
Yeah, well, she hated it when I first got it too, and then it kind of, I guess, grew on it. She still like points out whenever people are staring at me. Like we went up north, back to where we used to live, and that type of car, not to be seen. No one owns one of those things,
Yeah.
and it's very country. Lots of old people, and they're just staring at my car like, "Who the fuck is this guy, and what is he doing here?"
Are they filming Fast 11? Is this a Fast and Furious recording?
That said,
yeah.
that said, was it Tokyo? I think it was Tokyo Drift or Fast 2. There's an Natasha car in there. It's a pink S2000, I believe it is.
Yeah.
The company that did that is actually like right down the road from me.
Oh wow, that's incredible. Cause you're in like Tokyo, right? Or like
Yeah,
Central or Southern?
we're like between Tokyo and Sendai.
Yeah, yeah. Fair enough. So Neon's asking, well, this is a question for me. If I had to plaster a car with Weeby franchise girls, what would I get? I mean, so you can just, I'm right in thinking you can just take any car and pay to get that done, right?
Yeah, I could. Yeah, you could do it to your bike, your motorcycle, your jet ski if you wanted to.
Oh, that's incredible. Probably Cory in the House. I've got to say.
Cory in the House. What is that?
It's one of the finest animes of all time. It
Wait, you said animes. Okay, got it.
No, I don't know. To be honest with you, there's so many. I don't want to sound cliche if I say let's see. I was thinking Misa, maybe from Death Note, but then that's kind of a bit of an obvious answer, right?
No, not really. I mean, the heyday for Death Note's over. If you'd said like anything modern popular, maybe, but
also maybe Rumi from My Hero Academia, the rabbit girl with the massive legs. I would love to be kicked in the face by those giant rabbit legs.
okay, now we're getting into like, okay, yeah.
Or maybe Mount Lady, I don't know. But no, it's got to be Rabbit Girl. It's got to be Rumi. I think that would go really nicely on my car as well. To be honest, because I have like a kind of a bluish kind of. I don't even know what you'd call it in Japan or in the US. I don't know if is Vauxhall a car manufacturer in the US. I don't know. I think it's
Volkswagen.
Vauxhall or Opel. I think the way it's
No.
It's I guess it's a General Motors brand.
Yeah, this is definitely your area only.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know if they'd sell them in the US. But yeah, it would likely be either something My Hero or something Death Note, I think. I can't really think off the top of my head of what sort of other animes. I mean, is there another character you would like to get on your car, do you think?
Oh, yeah. I mean, my list of waifus is ever so long. I remember when I put a vote out on my Twitter at the time when I did it. I was not surprised at the answer that I got, but it was going to be either Lane, Asuka from Evangelion, or Mosen Nagant. And everyone, like I said, everyone knows me from Mosen Nagant, so I was like, oh yeah, that one. I think now, having done it with the first car, I think if I did another one, I would design it more around the body of the car. So like how this one's silver.
Yeah.
Like I think having an Asuka on a silver car wouldn't work, but Asuka on a red car would work.
Yeah.
So if I had like a green car, I definitely probably would have done something with Lane.
Yeah.
As long as the color of the car matches the person that's on it, kind of.
Yeah. Maybe even Ario Speedwagon from JoJo's, actually. It would be a pretty sick thing to get put on your car, to be honest with you. Definitely
I want a
waifu
Killer
of the year.
Bee. And so that way, whenever I actually ram into somebody, like Killer Bee has already hit that car.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. I knew these kind of things existed, and I knew these were kind of things that people did get. Maybe I didn't know you enough, but I didn't really expect you to have one, honestly.
It seems to be the running. What's the word? the going rate.
I
You're
mean,
like the third person that's like, yeah, I never expected you to be like this. We had a friend here in Tokyo. They're like, I think they met Zaihi first, and then they met me, and they're like, I didn't take you for like a
weeb.
weeb or like a nerd. You kind of just was like a dude. And I was like, oh, thanks.
Yeah. I mean, do you use that for work as well?
uh, what do you mean use it for work?
Is that like obviously on your commute, or if you have to travel?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I
Yeah.
I drive to work in it, and then
It's like
like
your
whenever we
daily.
get somebody new,
Mhm.
we just had it the other day. We got somebody new in the office, and somebody saw my car, and they're just like they were going out to lunch with someone else. They're like, "Whose car is that?" And my coworker's like, "What car?" That car. He's like, dude, there's a bunch of cars in this parking lot. We're gonna have to be specific. The only obvious one with the anime girl on it. He's like, oh, it's like, oh, that's your boss. He's like, God damn it.
Yeah. Now I can't bully him. Now I can't say anything about it. So I'm guessing by that then no one else at work has one.
No, I'm the only one around town that has it.
Mm. Well, then it's unique. I should stop.
Oh, it is.
I should stop whining about it. It's
There's a
great.
I've seen a couple attempts, I guess. Whenever I go to car meets and stuff around town, there's usually another one that'll pop up.
Mhm.
I think there's some people down from like Yokohama area that come up to our cars and coffees events that we put on.
Yeah.
He's got a Miku car actually. Somebody had a
Miku.
Miku car.
Yeah.
Somebody had what is the camping anime? Yoru Camp, I think.
Yeah.
Somebody had a Yoru Camp van. He camps in it, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
um, there is somebody around town that has that classic picture of the girl with the Barrett 50 cal on the side of his car.
Oh yeah.
I recognize it as a gun fanatic, but like every time I see it, I'm like, that's like peak anime. That picture and the chick with the cross from like the early 2000s is like peak, just everywhere on the internet anime picture.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't actually mind even a black car with like Tomie or Uzumaki on it, some Junji Ito kind of just black and white. I
Mm.
think. Um, to be honest with you, it's not exactly sort of waifu, so I don't know if it falls into the same thing or whether sort of Ishka just kind of means to wrap your car with a character art. I'm not sure, but no, that's to be honest with you, I'm not really judging too hard on that because the car actually looks real. The car looks sick. Um, and I hope that
The,
didn't cost you too much.
all I can say is thanks, Daddy Trump.
Yeah. So
It did get purchased by some COVID relief.
mhm. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it provided you a lot of relief during COVID to have that done. So, fair enough. Okay, so I guess we've kind of already touched on the guest topic, but would you like to introduce the topic of conversation that you chose? I know we've already talked about art,
Um.
but your other love, let's call it.
Oh, I get to choose.
Yeah. Mm.
Oh, we're gonna. It could be a lot of things. The only other thing I can think of that I mentioned to you was probably Magic the Gathering, though.
Yep, that's absolutely fine.
Uh,
So, Magic the Gathering. Where did
Where's
it all
Martin?
begin?
Martin, where are you? I need you for this. Oh, yeah, you're streaming. I see that.
I'm sure he's in here.
Uh,
He's listening. I'm sure he is. He's always listening. So where did it all begin then? Magic the Gathering for you?
multiple times. This one again was another one of those like stop and go kind of things. I think I started. Well, I dabbled, I guess you'd say, in high school
Mhm.
because I had played Yu-Gi-Oh at the time, and I was like, oh, cool, Yu-Gi-Oh. And then what Magic? This is like the adult version of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Mhm.
And I started playing. I was like, oh god, this is like overly complex. Okay. Anyways, so like kind of stopped right there, and then a few years later, I think what was this like 2010,
Yeah.
2011, something around there. I had a bunch of friends I was with. They got their hands on some Magic cards, and I was like, oh yeah, I used to play as a kid, and so I started playing. I met up with them again. I bought some like decks. I specifically remember buying the Sliver pre-constructed deck. Didn't know much about it. I just remember slivers as a kid because friends would have them, and we'd all show each other different creatures that were really cool. This, that, and the other. Like, oh, cool. Yeah, I remember slivers. I like those guys. Bought the thing. I was like, yeah, slivers are really cool. Anyways, go to play a game with them over at like the local card store, and they're like, oh, you play slivers? Like, and they're like, wait, what's wrong with slivers? They're like, nobody wants to play against Sliver. So like, oh, okay. Well, excuse me. So it ended there.
Yeah.
And then I had a friend. Stopped playing again until like 2012. And I had a friend in Misawa who I think he found my collection of Magic cards that I had. And he was like, "Oh, you play Magic? I play Magic too. You should play sometime." And then it took off from there, and now it has not stopped. And then I got into playing like competitively, very briefly. Was never really that good. I'm very much a casual when it comes to playing. But yeah, I've made a lot of friends playing Magic, and yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So are you? I've played. I wouldn't say I've probably played maybe once with cards that were borrowed, but I've. There seems to be a lot of different permeations of Magic the Gathering now. Different types of game. Like is Commander's a type of game?
Oh,
There's
you're
different.
you're referring to like different game types. Yeah, nowadays there's a lot. Like when I first started, there was only like a handful. There was like standard, modern, legacy, and like Commander. I think was like, well, back then it was called EDH.
Yeah.
Nowadays you've got of course the three main standard, modern, and legacy, and Commander is still like probably the most popular one out there now.
Yeah.
You got like Hopper, which is got its own set of rules. You got Tiny Leaders. You got Double-Headed Dragon, which is just 2v2. Tiny Leaders is like smaller Commander essentially. It's like 60 card decks and a Commander.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are the ones? Pioneer is the one that's slowly taking over as like the replacement for Modern. Those are the ones I know off the top of my head. But yeah, like you said, it's starting to. There's a lot of different types out there now, which is cool because I mean, depending on like the new player base and what you have at your disposal, kind of gears you where you're gonna where you should play, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So
especially with. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I was gonna ask, do you need different cards for these, or can they all be played with any?
It really depends on the format, honestly. So you've got like Legacy is they don't give a damn. You can play whatever you want. I think you can even play 4 copies of Black Lotus. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
That one might be limited, but then you got like Modern, which is like a very large pool of cards that you can get. But some of the really old ones, pre 8th edition, I think is the cutoff. So like that one's it's only ever going to get larger as more sets come out.
Yeah.
Standard, you can only use whatever's in the standard rotation currently, and then of course things will drop off, and you have to replace all your stuff. But outside of that, like Commander is just like, yeah, if you've got it, use it. Pioneer is like cons and up, I believe. Or no, I think is it cons and up? I think they specifically didn't do cons. I think it's Return to Ravnica because the whole reason they made Pioneer is to cut out the fetch lands that just got reprinted at the time.
Yeah.
So that one has like an even smaller pool, but still, yeah. So as long as you're meeting those limitations, like there isn't really like, oh, you can't use this card. Short of like some people don't like proxies. Most casual people don't mind proxies and actually encourage it because I mean the entry point for this game is atrocious sometimes, especially if you're trying to have fun. Like a lot of people just like to play Cube, which is just like 4-player Commander or 4-player Draft with like a set cards that whoever's building the cube already knows what's in there. But in order to actually have some fun with like actual good cards, sometimes you have to proxy them. So a lot of people do encourage using proxies. Just as long as you're in like a sanctioned event, you can't use them.
So for those who don't know, what is a proxy?
A proxy is a person who's in my stream all the time. He lives in South America and loves magic just as much as I do. I'm kidding. No, I'm only slightly kidding. I do actually have somebody whose name's Proxy who is in South America and does love magic as much as I do. But a proxy is just a replacement, or I mean, proxy itself, I believe, is Latin for instead of.
Yeah.
And in this case, it's just like it's a card instead of the actual one. So sometimes people will take a land card and they'll just write a lion's eye diamond or
Hmm.
whatever card that they feel they need at the time.
Yeah.
Other times people will just print out their own card, or they'll just get a piece of printer paper and print a black and white copy of the card and just put it in a sleeve and go to town with it.
Hmm.
It ranges. So I've seen some people on Etsy like make full-fledged magic cards as proxies before. This is
Yeah.
where you start getting into like fake magic cards, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if it's ultimately it's about if you're playing just because you want to be into it, you want to be playing. I guess it's not really that problematic.
Hmm.
Obviously, I suppose it becomes more problematic for the people who collect, because that obviously introduces a lot of fake cards to the trading market and the auction
Yeah, it has
market.
potential. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, I've seen a few videos of people who have like lost thousands of dollars off, Craigslist purchases because they didn't verify. Like the things that they had looked legit.
Hmm.
And not till they got home and really started studying the cards that they purchased, they're like, something's not right here. And turns out these were fake.
Yeah, I remember a couple of times getting doing trades for Yu-Gi-Oh cards because that was the game that I played the most of as far as card games go, and
Mm.
finding that this is actually just a sticker on the front of another card, or these are like fake, obviously fake cards where the sort of the holographic sort of overlay on them is completely incorrect, or the font or anything's wrong. Um, but I suppose if you're going to be um I guess it kind of depends on what type of player you want to be, right? So, do you
Mhm.
collect just for your deck, or are you like a completionist collector where you want to try and get as many cards or all of the cards that you possibly can? What?
Uh, no, I definitely am not a completionist. I can't like that. That's expensive,
Yeah.
especially nowadays. That's ridiculous. Although, excuse me, having a complete set of a card, having a complete set of a set. That
Hmm.
sounds weird. They do hold value, but no, I'm more of a. I want to say I'm a financial collector, but I'm not at the
Hmm.
same time. Like I do buy packs because like or I buy singles and whatever because I like building decks. That's I
Yeah.
think what the main thing is I like to build decks. I haven't played, sat down and played since like pre-COVID, unfortunately, since I left
Hmm.
the States. I didn't play here because I just don't really want to deal with the language barrier.
Yeah.
Um, but like the moment I go back to the States, I'm probably going to try and find a place to play Magic again. And then I can start moving my collection, like start trading and selling and getting the things that I want that I may not necessarily be able to afford flat out with cash. I can take the cards that I'm not really using and go buy those things.
Yeah. So, do you
And
have
then
high value cards?
do I? I mean, some of them, yes. I have my personal value binder. I did at some point start trying to not really inventory, but like value my collection at one point.
Hmm.
I stopped right before I got to my personal binder,
Yeah.
and now my desk is now again covered in just cards that I need to price and file. I've ran out of room to actually like file these things because like if they're over like $2 and stuff like that, I usually will put them in a binder because they're not necessarily bulk,
Hmm.
but I think I was up to like $6,000 on my collection, and that was not with my most valuable binder, which is my personal binder.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've watched. To be fair, I watch a few. Well, me and Ghost watch a Rip and Chipper, and now I don't really like the idea of paying someone to open packs where you don't get the cards. You only get
Mm,
if there's something good there. But
hmm
It can be quite exciting. I mean, the pack opening, I mean, it's a phenomenon across not just physical collections, but also people sit and watch people spend thousands on, packs in all sorts of different games.
See, I actually don't like watching that. Like,
No.
because of the like the sheer amount of money that I know I spend on this stuff.
Hmm.
I think it's a little bit of jealousy. Well, actually, I'd probably say it's a lot of jealousy. Just
Yeah.
to watch somebody like crack packs, because I'd say half the time people are only going to post videos of hits and
The
like,
good
oh
stuff.
man, look
Yeah.
what I pulled, the good shit. And I was
Yeah.
like, man, I don't want to watch somebody else's luck. Like that's not fun for me.
Yeah.
As somebody who does, put a lot of money into this game and is right there next to him cracking the packs and like, oh wow, I just spent $80 on like 40 packs and I got like nothing to show for it. Cool.
Yeah.
Uh yeah, I've never really liked watching people open packs of any Pokemon Magic. It's just like and the other half of it is like a lot of these people they're like their shops, their businesses. They can afford to spend thousands of dollars on
Yeah.
these packs, and of course they're gonna pull something good. Why don't you just do like one and show us just your average rate because it's gonna be pretty bad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course it is. I mean, the guy we watch is you sort of as his business. You obviously you buy the packs on his website. He'll open them,
Mhm.
and then you get whatever hits. He has a pile of hits that if you don't get anything, he will sort of give you something. But they don't tend to ship the bulk, which I guess is
Mhm.
probably how he goes on to then fund um sort of the boxes. Because I mean, this guy's buying like 10 booster boxes at a time of all different sets. So obviously he's sort of guaranteeing himself in a way that the sort of rate percentage of the
Mhm.
rare cards, with Pokemon it's things like art rares, and it's
Mhm.
not just shinies anymore, which is what it used to be for me anyway. When I was younger, it was, oh, you got a shiny card, that's fucking awesome, that's
Uh,
excellent. But now
yeah,
it's yeah,
Magic. They've ruined that. Pokemon. I don't know too much about Pokemon. I know the markets are skewed differently between
yeah.
English and Japanese, but yeah.
Yeah, and I
Uh,
think as well the Pokemon angle with the Japanese market, I've noticed. I mean, I've never played Pokemon. I don't really know a massive amount about the game itself, but
mm,
I know a lot of the cards in the Japanese market have sort of completely different art as well. So even from like an art collecting point of view, it's I think that's why it's
well,
attractive.
not necessarily. The market for Pokemon. So in Pokemon, their releases are different than ours, but the cards are still the same.
Hmm.
So you do have instances where certain cards were released in special sets.
Hmm.
The one that I can think, I apologize if I spit out a bunch of names and they don't mean anything.
That's okay.
But an example is the Shining V collection
Hmm.
has a Marnie card from I think she's Sun and Moon. I can't
Yeah,
remember what game she comes out of. No, because Sun and Moon is Team Skull, so it's the one after the Sword and Shield.
yeah,
I think she's in Short and Sealed. Anyways, she only came out of that set.
yeah,
Her going rate here in Japan is like $3,000, and I'm not kidding.
yeah,
But if you go to the States, she's like a $30 card because she got her own collector's tin, and you just got her.
yeah. So
So the Pokemon does weird stuff like that
yeah, and I
through,
guess that
throughout
does.
the markets.
Yeah.
Pokemon has a lot of like waifu cards. Like
Hmm.
some cards are just ridiculously valued just because of the character that's on them. Marnie being one of those. Like in America, if it's a Charizard, it's top dollar. Here, Charizard's like, okay, cool. I'd rather have Marnie or like Nurse Joy or something. Like those are the ones that are really valuable. God
Yeah.
forbid they're actually useful too.
Yeah, I mean, so just back to Magic the Gathering. I know there's been a news article recently about Post Malone buying a
Oh,
certain
here we go.
Magic
You
the
can't talk
Gathering
about
card.
Magic without the One Ring these days.
No, now I didn't even know that they'd put this sort of card in, because the One Ring to me is Lord of the
Oh,
Rings. So is that like a special collector's version of the game or something?
yeah. So to its detriment, Magic the Gathering is trying to expand its I don't know what you want to call it. Hasbro owns them, and I don't agree with everything that they do.
Hmm.
But they have this thing called the Universes Beyond, where they're starting to branch out into not just Magic the Gathering's
Hmm.
core universe.
Hmm.
Uh, the first one, I think the first one was actually Godzilla. They did a crossover with Godzilla, and
Yeah.
then they did one with Transformers for Brothers War.
Yeah.
Walking Dead had one. That was the one that got a lot of people up in arms. Is like, because like nobody asked for Walking Dead. Like, why is AMC's Walking Dead showing up in my stuff?
Yeah.
Anyways, so long story short, uh, Lord of the Rings is one of the ones that they did. They did not a retelling,
Hmm.
reimagination, I guess, because it's not the same Lord of the Rings that everyone kind of grew up with. With Elijah Wood and all those guys.
Hmm.
Who did it? Who's the director?
Of Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson.
Yes, Peter Jackson. It's not Peter Jackson's universe that was made. They
Hmm.
took the characters from the books and they gave it their own magic spin.
Yeah.
And of course, the One Ring was one of. I mean, there is a card called the One Ring, but there is also a one of one ring. Of course, there would be. And Post
Yeah.
Malone now has it.
Yeah. And something like $2 million or something paid for it,
Yeah, it is now the most valuable card in Magic the Gathering's history.
which was previously, I'm gonna say, the Black Lotus, right? The Legacy one.
It's it's either it's either Black Lotus. I believe the signed Black Lotus with a Gem Mint 9, I believe it was the highest. I don't quote me on the price. I couldn't tell you.
No.
It's either that one or it's the um what because there's only this is another one of the there's only one of them out there.
Yeah.
It's the 1999 World's Champion card.
Hmm.
It's encased in like a cube of something. I can't remember. It's see-through glass. It's not glass though. It's
Yeah.
some kind of resin or something like that. There's only one of them out there.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah.
Interesting. So this One Ring card, obviously it's a one of one. It's the only one in the world. I wonder how that only gets rated a 9. I don't know how you feel about PSA ratings, but
The memes that came out of it were hilarious.
yeah.
Um,
I mean,
the,
what possibly went wrong for that not to be given a perfect 10? I wonder.
as a receiver of a serialized card that came damaged out of the pack, um, he's lucky he got it at a 9, I guess. Um, I don't really follow PSA too much. I know they can be
No.
very stringent on their grades, like
Yeah.
so much as like the pitcher is slightly off. Magic has had a history of misprints.
Yeah.
You could open a whole box and find probably 2 cards that are off centered. Enough
Mhm.
to notice. I'm not talking like you get half a card, but
Yeah.
it's off enough that it's like this isn't right. Um,
Mhm.
it is. I do find it funny that I don't know what the downgrade was for it, but I would have found it
Yeah.
funny had it not been centered. It'd be like, did you even QA the one card that was going to push your
Yeah.
whole set?
It was literally,
Uh,
it's a one of one. You've made one of these and you didn't get it perfect.
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's insane.
the meme that came out of that it lives for rent free in my head at this point is the scene from the original Lord of the Rings where it's Isildur and Elrond, and
Yeah.
he's like cast it in earth fire. Except it's like it's grade it. No, do it. 9.
So
But
Grave says it's because it's slightly off center and it's enough that you can tell without really looking at it too hard. So they
okay,
clearly didn't QA it
they didn't cue it. Good job,
at
guys.
all. But I mean, a lot of sometimes misprints, and maybe not in the Magic space, but sometimes misprints tend to get bring value as well. I know there's
Yeah,
ones where, for example, again, Pokemon or even Yu-Gi-Oh, where the monster is printed on the back of the card. Some of them are worth a fortune.
yeah. Magic does have a handful of notorious misprints.
Yeah.
There's actually, I think it's Homelands is the set
Hmm.
where there is a green creature
Yeah.
that has a blue mana symbol on it.
Huh.
That you can still pull it to this day. The card has no value, but it's like it is amusing.
Yeah. So they never kind of
Uh,
go back and sort of do a reprint run on it.
they might. Oh, I can't speak to that specific card, but their reprint policy is fairly generous as long as it's not outside of like the reserve list. So eventually, every card generally does get a reprint,
Yeah.
especially the famous ones.
So there's a pack from sort of a Magic the Gathering misprint subreddit where the
Mm.
entire pack has both sides of the cards printed on it on each
Nice.
side, and a couple of them, according to this, a couple of the cards are completely black with the word discard on them. And
Nice.
the three foiled commanders and the tokens are perfectly fine. It's just the other three. I'll put that in the Discord for you to see. That kind of thing's interesting because that's kind of like a whole run that's gone wrong. Because they're not just when they.
Mhm.
I'm guessing when they're printing sort of starter decks or anything, they're not just printing one. I guess the sheet is probably all the same card, right? And then they just cut the sheet.
No, actually, when they cut sets like that, given the amount of size that they are, commanders might actually be 2 sheets long. I think it's 60 cards per sheet, if I
Yeah,
recall. They actually give them away as prizes at Magic tournaments quite often, and they hold themselves value. But it kind of gives you an insight as to like what a sheet actually looks like before they've cut it.
hmm
Uh, and yeah, generally they're not just one card. It's because every card has a number on it.
yeah,
It will flow with that number, or it might have its own pattern because believe it or not, there is some madness to their demand of rares.
yeah.
Some rares are obviously are printed more than other rares,
hmm
and it's because of the numbering system that they use and the sheeting. Uh,
Yeah.
so yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, isn't there also some value to cards that aren't factory cut either? So there's maybe people out there who've got
Uh,
sheets. I've seen this in Pokemon at the
oh yeah,
very least, but
uncut sheets. Yeah, that's what I was mentioning about the at tournaments. They'll give them away as prizes.
yeah,
Uh, Wizards will send out like an uncut sheet to the tournament runners, and they're like, "Here you go, like give it away as a prize for whatever." Usually it's ticketed based, so you gotta earn a lot of like side games. You can't play just the tournament that's there. Um,
yeah.
but but yeah, they do hold some value, especially the full foil sheets, like couple hundred, reaching into the thousands.
Is there rules on using misprinted cards in game?
Generally, no, as long as the card is readable. Um,
hmm
I've never encountered somebody using a horribly misprinted card. I'm talking like half a card on a sheet or a thing, like
Yeah.
2 cards in one. So I can imagine something at that level of misprint.
hmm
Yes, there would be an issue with the judge because when you at tournaments at least you have to say what card is in your deck. Like you submit a deck list at every tournament.
Yeah.
Uh, and then if you've got a card that's 2 cards on one, like yes, you could say it's this card, and a judge could look at it and go, "Well, I see that that's half the card, but this card over here is also in your deck." If they really wanted to get at it, so
Yeah.
it's probably why they don't do stuff like that. But most misprints, I don't think are that egregious that they would stop you from using it at a tournament.
Yeah.
If anything, it would be a conversational piece.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, what about multi-regional cards and different language cards? Are you allowed to use mixed language generally?
You are, especially the game like Magic that reaches multiple countries, multiple
hmm
languages like Portuguese, Chinese, Japanese, Russian, German, French, Spanish.
Yeah.
I think those are all the ones that they're printed in. But yeah, as long as you know what the card says, like the judge is not going to call you and go, "Hey, speak Spanish to me and tell me what this card is." Like
Yeah.
most players, most tournaments, as long as you can tell me what the card is and you're
hmm
not wrong, they will allow you to do it.
No way.
They will test you. A judge has every right to test you on it.
hmm
So, but I mean, most players. are playing stuff that they already know. Nobody's walking in there with like a completely foreign deck and it's just like I don't know what these cards are. I'm just this is the
Make
first
it
time
up.
I looked at them and the top 7 cards is like, all right, let's see what we got here. Can't read that. I know that art, so I know that card, but I don't know what that is.
I'm just gonna make up what this card does as
Yeah,
we go along. Yeah. So what deck
I
do
mean,
you
I myself,
play then? What's your main?
I've got so many decks. Uh, let's see what like if we're talking modern, I've got a handful of decks that I play. I've got Burn Black. It's Black Red variant though, so it's not as like meta like top
Hmm.
tier as what everyone else plays. What else do I have? I have Death and Taxes or Eldrazi Taxes, as some people call it. I have a lot of older modern decks. Post Modern Horizons, I never really adapted to the change in meta, so I got a lot of old style decks.
Hmm.
I have pieces of Tron that's available. Uh, let's see here. Other than that, they're all like kind of like homebrew decks. Oh, I do have one. My prized possession of deck, and it's not even that good, is a deck called 8-Rack.
Yeah.
It's a discarding deck.
Hmm.
Uh, and then I've got a couple like it's called White Devotion. It's
Yep.
just mono white. It also goes by the name of Goats. There's a whole story as to why I have to play that deck. So I will keep that for the rest of my time I play Magic. Um, and then I have a deck that I've been trying to get to work. It's not that successful. It's just called Heartless Mirrors. It's a combo deck that mills people out on the spot. Um, not the win rate's very low, but
Yeah.
it's a deck. It's like my one deck that I'm like, I want this to work, and I'm going to build it in multiple fashions until one of these ways works.
Yeah. You're gonna
So,
master it.
so,
So it.
but yeah.
Yeah. Go on.
No, no, go ahead.
So is there a? I imagine there is a defined meta for Magic. So if were to go to a championship or something, there'd be a
uh,
set of decks that are probably played by most of the players.
yeah, you can say that. I'd say there's probably 6 to 10 decks that you're guaranteed to see, and the reason I say 6 is because those 6 are probably the 6 that are going to be in the top 8 deck list. Like it never changes
Yeah.
until they do a ban or something like that. Usually a ban is what one will stop a deck from showing up.
Hmm.
Um, and then of course it'll expand the further you get down, like the top 64, because it goes top 8, top 16, top 60 or 32, 64.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, like you're once you get outside of that, that's when the weird decks start popping up, and like that. Honestly, that's where the fun is. Is like a lot of the people who come in with brand new decks, not necessarily off the top of their head, but like me, like I've got a deck I want to see work, so I'm going to bring it to the tournament and see how well it does, see what its flaws are, and that's where some people wind up and out of nowhere they're in like top 16. They're like, what is this? I went to a tournament. Was it Dallas? I think it was Dallas.
Hmm.
Magic Pro Tour Dallas. And the winner of that tournament played a deck no one had ever seen before. It was called Scred Red,
Yeah.
and yep, beat all the other decks that everyone was expecting to see there, and of course, as soon as that deck won, everyone was like, "Oh, we gotta build this deck," and no one ever saw that deck again.
Yeah.
It was cool that like a deck out of nowhere won, which is kind of like the underdog story that you want to see. But yeah, like, generally, as it stands right now, like it's usually always the same 8 decks up at the top. Sometimes it's multiple copies of the same deck.
Yeah.
Um, so we have to just sit and wait for a ban to happen and go from there.
Yeah. Have there been any instances where they've reprinted or re done another run of a card to make changes to it, or do they just ban it
You mean like an
outright?
errata?
Yeah.
You mean like an errata? Yes, there was a very notorious one. It was Magic the Gathering's attempt at Pokemon. We like to call it.
Yeah.
They were called companions. They used to a companion you could have you could have it as a companion as long as your deck met certain requirements. So they could be something as simple as no card in your deck can cost more than 3. Your card had to have 80 cards in it. You couldn't have more than a single card of the same name, so you couldn't have duplicates. There was like I think 12 different companions you possibly could have. I think one of them was like every one of them had to have cycling as the ability.
Yeah.
The original, God, I think the original version of the companions was you could pay 3 and it came to the field.
Yeah.
But they ended up errating it. Hold on, quick research.
No, that's okay. Yeah, because with these sorts of things, I know obviously video games give you a little bit more. Like Hearthstone, for example, they can rebalance cards. I'm just wondering if rebalancing exists in a physical card game as well, in some way, shape, or form.
It does. I know what the rule is for them now. I'm trying to remember what the original rule was because they ended up having to go, okay, that was way too strong and we're changing that.
And is it a case that they'll change the physical card, or will they change the rules around using that card typically, or could it be both?
Okay, sorry. Say that. Okay, I got it. Say that question again. Sorry.
I was going to say, is that typically a case where they will bring that card back, or they will reprint that card with different stats or a different ability, or is it a case they change the rules around the usage of the card?
So they, not that I know of that they've done, but I don't think they've ever really like restatted or changed the abilities and the rules except for the companions. So I had to look it up again. But originally you could just pay the cost of your companion, whatever the mana cost was for it, and it would just come to the field, and it essentially was like a free card in your hand. That's one of the reasons they changed it to begin with, is because there was no reason to not use them. Like it was an extra card that wasn't necessarily in your hand, but it was still always at your side that you could use if you needed it. Certain decks excelled at it better than the others, and then eventually they changed it to, okay, so you can't just cast it now. It doesn't just come to the field once you use it. Now you have to pay an amount of mana to put it in your hand, and then you have to play it. So you have to play it like a normal card. And then there was a time where because of that rule change, certain companions actually excelled where originally they weren't that good.
Yeah.
But it was enough of a nerf that it wasn't breaking the game anymore. But when it comes to paper Magic, no. To the other thing about do they change up the stats? Do they like increase the cost or stuff like that? In paper Magic, no. Online on Magic Arena, which is like the digital variation of this, they have a game called Alchemy, which they do that. They'll create digital only versions of cards, and they will buff or nerf certain cards if they see that they're getting out of hand too much.
Right.
But the meta online is a lot different than on in paper, because like I said, they make cards that are specifically for online in that format.
Right, I see. Yeah, fair enough. So is there anything as far as your personal collection, do you have a prized possession?
My whole book. Hold on, let me see what I got in here.
Oh, that's quite
I mean, I've got all kinds of different things that are like my prized collection. Like there's certain characters that I really like. I like Chandra Nalar. She's a planeswalker. She's the red one. So like I try to get all of her cards. Nicol Bolas is another one of my favorite characters. So again, I try to get all of his cards. Every variation that's out there, I try to get my hands on it. Certain creatures that I like. A lot, because again, Magic is character. I wouldn't say character driven, but it's got 30 years of characters throughout its story, and it's a game first, story second kind of thing.
Yeah.
So whenever they're developing new sets, whenever there's a new, at least in the core gameplay, because they do supplemental stuff.
Yeah.
But when they're expanding on the core gameplay, like every new set is telling a new story with new characters, returning characters from 20 years ago, kind of stuff. And that's part of why I'm so interested in the game, is because I like the characters.
Yeah.
But prized possession, it's probably gonna end up having to be one of my Amonkhet invocations, which was a special print of certain spells of Magic's history.
Yeah.
It had a special Egyptian style look to it,
Yeah.
and I just love it strictly for the art. If you look up Daze, Daze,
Yep.
invocation, the artwork alone on this card is just beautiful. And again, it's Magic is like game first, story second, art third. It's just like
Yeah.
uh, every like if it's not a character that I like, then the art on it is amazing. Stuff like that.
Yeah. And I mean, that is a really nice looking card as well. Holy shit! Yeah, that does look real nice. Amonkhet Invocations. So that's a set, I'm guessing. That's a full set of cards.
That was a special print that they did. So what they did was Amonkhet was actually one of my favorite sets. Not because it was Egyptian, but because one of my favorite characters was the main plot point of that story.
Yeah.
Amonkhet was Nicol Bolas's return to the forefront of the story.
Yeah.
He's this big scheming dragon that has been running things from behind the shadows, behind the curtain this whole time, kind of thing, and he's finally ready to show his face and let everyone know what the heck he's been up to for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And so the whole set was about him coming back. So Amonkhet was the first set, and in it they did these invocations. They're famous spells from across Magic's history, and you could get one of these special art cards in the set randomly. There was I think it was like one per box you had a chance of getting.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next set, Hour of Devastation, also had the same treatment. There was another set of cards. I think it was like 30 cards that you could go and find, or you had a chance to pull. So
yeah,
it was kind of like it was very much. I think it was around the same time Avengers started to really kick off, and we knew that Thanos was the big bad guy now.
Yeah.
Endgame hadn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Endgame, actually, surprisingly, when they did War of the Spark, Endgame was it had either just hit theaters or was about to hit theaters, and the storyline between the two of them was very similar. I was like, oh, they definitely took some not plot points, because I don't think anybody intentionally tries to rip off somebody else's not IP, but story. Really gets in there, goes, I'm gonna read the script and I'm gonna lift stuff right from it.
Yeah.
But there's some similarities that are uncanny.
Some inspiration, maybe.
Yeah,
we'll call it.
Definitely.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, yeah, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Oh, nothing. Sorry.
No problem.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
No, that's quite all right. So I guess for people who haven't played Magic the Gathering before, then, what would you say if you could give any sort of advice to someone who wanted to play? What would you say to them? Where would you tell them to begin? Don't. Too expensive.
Yeah, it is. I will admit, though, that now, unlike when I first started, and even people who played before me back in, I wouldn't say the heydays, but times before me, not necessarily the inception of the game, but now, more than ever, Magic is larger than it was even when I started.
Yeah.
The entry cost to playing some of the small, early, or not early sets, but standard is so much lower than when it was when I was playing, because now
Hmm.
they've got 4 different variations of whatever card it is that's really good.
Yeah.
And if somebody's just trying to play, because I got a coworker who I'm trying to like not really get. He plays Magic, but like
Yeah.
I'm trying to get him to play a little more logically, I guess is the word.
Hmm.
Right now, he kind of just like gets cards and he builds, and he wonders why he can't beat me when I literally got a tuned deck against him.
Yeah.
Um, but now it's so much cheaper because if all you ever want to do is just get the card so that you can play it, like the regular standard version of that card is like $3. Meanwhile, the fancy foil version, the ones that the whales and people like me want to have, they're like $30 to $50. So it's like so much cheaper for somebody that just wants to get in and play to play.
Yeah. Yeah.
As long as they're not worried about pimping and like having fancy stuff. uh yeah, I do believe that the value, entry level value of this game is has gone down significantly.
Yeah. So slightly more accessible for people. Um,
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Well, thank you very much for talking about that. That's really interesting. And as I say, I've never not played Magic too much. I was gonna try out Magic the Gathering Arena, but then I got shouted at. Zai shouted at me and said, "Don't do it."
Yeah, so Arena has a similar, I'd say, new entry problem, as with like most, wouldn't say, what is it, live service games. So uh, a little bit of the same problem with anybody who starts Magic from scratch. You have nothing.
Yeah.
The best you can do is try and get, I wouldn't say try and get, but try and focus on getting the cards that are good fast.
Hmm.
Arena has the problem of you start with nothing, and the only way to actually get something good, if you're the kind of person who doesn't want to spend money, and I don't generally spend money on Magic Arena, I use
Yeah.
all in-game currency because I play it so much.
Yeah.
But if you don't spend money on Magic Arena, you are going to start with nothing and have to build from nothing, and it's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
I would not like to, with the knowledge and the collection that I have, I would not like to sell it all and start to build my favorite decks again from scratch. I could not do it, and
No.
that's the problem with Arena is that you're going to lose a lot. You have to play to win, but in order to get the prizes, you have to win, and the stuff you start with isn't necessarily going to win all the time.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, there was also I went to look back into Yu-Gi-Oh, and I mean that shit's so complicated now. When it was, I think the last time I played Yu-Gi-Oh, I think there was a ritual summon, and that was kind of it. You just had magics,
when
traps, and monsters.
when when was it? Black Magician, or Magician of Black Chaos was the end all be all magician or spellcaster card of the game.
Yeah, like
To me,
I think it was. Yeah, it was like the coolest different color card was blue. That was it. You had the blue card,
mm.
and I think I had the Thousand Dies Restrict. I'm gonna call it. It was like the card.
Ooh,
Um,
I like that card.
Yeah, but that was it. But then I had a conversation with Martin about it. Actually, I think that one was a purple card. Actually, yeah, there was
Martin.
fusion and there was ritual. Sorry, yeah.
Hmm.
So but then I had a conversation with Martin about it, and then there's all these different ones now. There's like a synchro card, like white cards. And, it's just
Hmm.
it's gone insane. And I'm like,
Yeah.
why?
Unfortunately, Magic has a similar problem, but the difference between Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh
Yeah,
is the power creep.
yeah,
Magic has been fairly, not without its stumbles when it comes to power creep, because anybody who knows what Oko is knows that needed to never be made.
yeah,
Whoever okayed that was a bad person, needs to be fired.
yeah,
But yeah, they've, for a game that's lasted longer than Yu-Gi-Oh,
yeah,
the power creep is not nearly what it is in Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh is like every set is trying to up the ante over the next one, where in Magic, at least, it feels like they do try to play test their cards. They try to build in not necessarily a vacuum, but with some kind of mindset where, like, okay, we're going to build around this theme. Let's do this, but let's not make it too powerful. Uh, those kind of levels of there's a lot more thought process. I feel like there's being made in Magic than
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, and I think it maybe even gets to the point where it might just be a bit too overwhelming for someone to even want to try it to get into, because it's not kind of, here is your rule set, read that, there you go, you can play. It's
Hmm.
here is your rule set. Also, here's the extra rule set if you want to play these cards, and if you want these link monsters or pendulum, here's another rule set. Like, it's just fucking.
Unfortunately, Magic under those pretenses, oh, absolutely. Like the guy I'm trying to show Magic to right now, uh, it at every turn there's some kind of new rule or something that he has to learn because 30 years of trying to come up with something new every set
Yeah.
does follow the same problem as Yu-Gi-Oh does. Like I
Yeah.
remember when I first started in Kamigawa was the new set, and Bushido the Samurais was like the new rule text, and all I knew about was vanilla creatures and like okay, attack, defense, and like it might do something with artifacts, and then I go to attack and I'm like, what is Bushido? What is this? What
Yeah.
is all these new abilities? And every new set you got to learn a new ability, and uh unfortunately, even from like my standpoint as a modern player, like uh certain abilities might pop up once in a while, and then other times you'll get a pop quiz on the guy across the table from you because he's using abilities that no one ever uses that are not common. They're like, what do you mean you're using Soul Shift? Nobody uses Soul Shift.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I love card games. There's just so much to get into one.
Hmm.
But this is also, it happens with board games as well. Like I can play. I enjoy Arkham Horror, for example. As a board game, I played the Dark Souls board game. I like things where there is a little bit of sort of complexity to it, but I think a lot of games just kind of, it's the way of innovating is often um adding additional layers that make it a little bit less kind of attractive to a newer player. So, is there a format where you would say people maybe should start if they were going to start? Is there
Entry
anything
level.
specific? Yeah.
If you removed the collection piece out of it, I would probably say standard or pioneer, um or commander are probably the three. And the only reason to say standard to pioneer is because they are very similar. It's just the amount of things that you can use, kind of thing. But outside of that, it probably would be standard or commander. Commander, because 9 times out of 10 it's just casual fun until somebody plays the wrong card, and then it becomes cutthroat. But
Yeah.
for the most part, um, it it's not. People don't try to build competitively. There's a lot more room for expressing your ideas when it comes to a deck, because like the difference between commander and standard, you can only have 60 cards in,
Yeah.
well, I shouldn't say you can have a 100 card deck, you can have, but it's the multiple copies, it's the what's the word,
Like uniqueness.
no, not repetition.
Right.
Synergy is not the word, but you have an idea that you want to do, and you need it to happen as many times as possible. That's what you build modern and standard decks for. Is I have this idea, I need it to happen every game.
Yeah.
So I filled my deck with 4 copies of literally everything that does the thing I need it to do.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
Commander, you don't get that luxury. Commander, you're only allowed one. So now you have to find a bunch of different cards that all kind of do the same thing that you want to do,
Yeah.
but at the same time you're limited. Like
Hmm.
so, certain tactics may not be affordable in Commander, but other times it can get completely out of control, and it can be fun. Like I've built a couple. I built 2 Commander decks. Of course, the Sliver deck, but I had what was called a group hug deck, and it didn't even try to win. It was 3 color, like everybody at the table gets to draw a card, everybody gets free mana, like just don't attack me and I'll just give everybody cool stuff.
Yeah.
And that stuff is cool in Commander. You're not ever going to do that in Standard. So it's kind of like what's your flavor, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, fair enough. All right, then I guess before we round off this segment, then we'll go to, I guess, the final thing, which I like to call the deep cut. I'm gonna ask
I
you
don't know what
a
that is.
question.
Okay.
another question in a list of
Yeah.
questions. So it's going to be a philosophical question. So get ready to dig deep for this one. And yeah, effectively we'll have a conversation. There's no necessarily right, necessarily wrong answer, and there's obviously all judgment. There's no judgment
Until I
for
say it. Got it.
until you answer the question. Then there's full judgment. We'll just put the picture of the car back up if if it turns out to be a bad answer. We're just gonna be like weave car. Classic, a classical
Technical
distraction.
properties or problems.
Yeah, sorry, technical difficulties. Okay, I'm back. There's no guest anymore, guys. Sorry about that.
So,
Okay, so here's going to be the question. So it's going to be, let's I've got like 250 questions here. I'm like, which one do I choose? What shall
get off
we?
Reddit.
No, it's not a Reddit one. I'm not reading Reddit for Reddit's philosophical question. Just like, should I put my baby's hand in peanut butter and then suck on it? Like this is the kind of shit that you read on Reddit.
I thought that was Yahoo Answers. What are you talking about?
Well,
Am I pregnant?
am I pregante?
Pregante?
Am I pregnant? That's gone now. I can't believe it's gone. That's hours of entertainment just simply gone. Okay then. So this is going to be a question about society. So
Well, we live in one.
we do live in a society. Should things that are bad for people be banned by government, or do you think it's an individual's responsibility to avoid harmful substances? Yeah, this one got deep immediately, didn't it?
It's because I'm so used to just like, oh, heroin's illegal. Okay. I know why it's legal. You probably should. I do. There is a piece of me that does believe in survival of the fittest. Like, if you
Yeah.
make dumb choices, you get dumb prizes. Like,
Yeah.
that's why I don't do half the shit that I see online.
Yeah.
Um,
I guess you can reframe it because it is ghostwriting. It is a broad question, and it's intentionally broad. But if we looked at, say, let's look at like like a narcotic or any sort of narcotic, like heroin.
yeah.
Do we think if that wasn't banned, do we think more people would do it necessarily? I don't know, because I think that's a case of information, right?
Sorry. What was that? Last part?
Do we think it's more of a case of information? Because like.
To a degree, I do believe. So I can. I kind of view it as the same as honestly guns. So
Mhm.
in America, like, we have gun laws, but
Yeah.
they're not that strict, especially not as much as so in Europe. I think
Yeah.
Europe they're completely outlawed, if I'm not mistaken. Short
Yeah.
from like hunting.
There's a very
I think you guys can
specific.
hunt.
Yeah, there's a very specific um training regime and whatnot you have to go through before you'll be
Mhm.
allowed to have a firearms license, and even then, the firearm you can have, there is no carry. You can't carry it anywhere really. It's got to be locked in a case.
Right, right.
It's so
So
rare.
yeah, you kind of hit on it earlier with like it's just information at that point because like one of the arguments that people use in America is that yeah, sure you can outlaw guns, but the schematics are out there. People know how to make guns. If somebody wants a gun, they will make it. I
Yeah.
mean, Europe has got a couple of very famous occasions of people just making guns in their backyard.
Yeah.
Like, and the same with like heroin. Like, yeah, you could outlaw heroin. Shit, it is outlawed. What am I saying?
Yeah.
Even if you didn't have it outlawed, people are still going to either use it for whatever drug purposes that they want,
Hmm.
or what for whatever reason that they may need it. The thing that I kind of question is like, yeah, if it wasn't outlawed, I think that it probably would it have different uses. Like, yes, it would have the standard narcotic use, but I think people would probably be using it for different, possibly and scarily not nefarious uses because the wrong amount of that stuff can kill you no matter
Yeah.
what. And now it's not even limited. Like, it freely flows through this country.
Yeah.
because there's no ban on it. So who's to say that people aren't like slipping it into my food if they wanted to kill me, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like stuff like that. Like, I mean, I get it. At the end of the day, if somebody wants to kill somebody, they're gonna do it any way that they can get their hands on
Yeah.
killing the person. It would be their bare hands, a knife, or a gun, or in this case, some heroin that isn't even illegal.
Yeah. I mean,
Uh,
yeah. It's such a strange one. Obviously, as I say, again, it is a broad question. But if we stick with just like the heroin side of things, it kind of if
yeah,
someone
but
was going to do that, they could do it they would do it even though it's banned. Because at the end of the day, they're going to commit murder. That's
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. And I think, I think brings me to like, I think yes, like I think the government does need to make some kind of a stand because
Mhm.
if they don't, it becomes too accessible.
Yeah.
Um, be good or bad. Like, can you imagine if whatever banned substance that your country has
Mhm.
wasn't banned and is just freely flowing?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, people are probably dying. Yes, I don't think that's going to change.
Mhm.
But I think our the way we encounter it would be very different.
Yeah. Because I mean, it wouldn't be sort of trials and tribulations for people to be able to trade it or sell it. Um,
Mhm.
I don't know if there would be more of it because of that. Um, but then again, I'm not sure. There'd certainly be more people trying to sell it, which I maybe would devalue it, which would
Hmm.
maybe make some people not want to sell it because it's not valuable. It it could. It just seems it can go kind of all the way. But I'm completely with you on the whole sort of kind of survival of the fittest things. Like obviously addiction is a problem, and some people genuinely get to a point where they've fallen into a hole that they need assistance to get out of. But in
Hmm.
the same token, there is an element of everyone has the agency to make their own decisions, and if you know there is a substance or an object or whatever it might be that's going to cause you harm or cause someone else harm or even kill them, then it's kind of on that person to make the correct choice.
Hmm.
But I think also, as you say, limiting availability to that sort of thing via things like making it more difficult, whether that's a ban or whether that's, um,
Hmm.
oh, hey, you want this? We can provide it to you. Kind of like the whole argument about marijuana, right? There's,
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, that's probably the best thing to actually start watching for this kind of thing is, like, for the longest time it was a banned substance, and now uh I wouldn't say culturally, but politically we are it's easing off and it's
yeah,
becoming more acceptable because, well, people have known for a long time that it didn't do anything,
yeah,
but culturally and politically, there's still a different view of it.
yeah. And this is the thing. It's one of those sort of it becomes an accessibility thing, but I think there's also the whole other side of it, which then becomes kind of financial as well. Like, hey, this
Yeah,
isn't a banned substance, therefore, okay, so the government is going to run programs and shops to be able to,
so we can tax it.
yeah, exactly. We can tax it and people can buy it from us because, in a way, there is also the flip side that banning and restricting also encourages the encourages like the underground sale of those substances or
Mhm.
objects or items, which will probably always be there because those things tend to find their way out there. Maybe they're of a lesser quality, um, or whatever it might be. There may be guns that are sort of um, unmarked, they're not safe. Maybe they've fallen off the production line and they haven't passed any quality assurance, but someone's managed to get hold of them. Um, those things I think will always be there, but I also think they're sort of further promoted by banning and restriction. However,
Mhm.
I also think there is a large majority of people out there who are too stupid to make the right
Oh yeah.
choices.
Oh yeah. I mean, cautionaries and warning labels are there because some idiot has done whatever it is that you're
Mhm.
reading about.
Yeah, and I don't fall sort of victim to the, oh well, that guy's doing it. Why should I be banned from doing it? Because what I always say every time I come across that argument is we have speed limits for a reason.
Mhm.
Like you're not going to argue, oh, just because that person's killed a family of four, why can't I drive super fast? Well, no, it's for everyone. and it's a lot of them it's based around things like proper stopping distances in cars and regulating the space between cars on roads and all that sort of thing. Because there's countries out there that kind of don't have those sorts of things, and especially in the instance of cars and roads, that the roads are lethal. They are hyper dangerous. So I do kind of get. I think exactly. I'm kind of on the fence where Grave is at the minute, where I think banning can be bad, but I think regulation is a good thing.
I think I'm in the same boat as that. Banning, yeah. What Graves saying? Banning is bad. Regulations are good. I mean,
Yeah.
I kind of lived through it. Well, not here, but back in the States and whatnot, just because of like the guns and gun laws and stuff like that. Like I'm super into guns and
Yeah.
that kind of stuff is always at the forefront, especially with people doing nefarious or mass shooting stuff, dumb shit like
Yeah.
that. And it's like uh, you sit there and you're like, do you blame the perpetrator or do you blame the tool? And then you get stupid stuff like Darwin Awards, and it's like, uh, and it comes back to you need to know what you're doing with this, whatever this item might be. We say Darwin Awards in gun culture because like you're gonna remove you from the gene pool if you're not treating the gun with respect, kind of
Yeah.
thing. Like same as the heroin or insert item here. Like if you don't know what you're doing with it, you shouldn't be touching it.
Yeah.
Like
Which
you don't see random people walking into a nuclear reactor and flipping buttons.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, yeah, the gun thing's good. It's an ongoing debate. I'm not positioned to speak on it, being from a country that doesn't have it.
Mhm.
I mean, to be honest, my whole thing with that is I think it's maybe it's the ability, it's the regulation of access. I think is what, because obviously guns are sort of they're ingrained in society in countries that have them, like America and places like that. And I think it's a very difficult thing to remove.
Mhm.
You can't just remove that sort of thing, um, because people who want them are going to get them anyway. So I think it's
Yeah.
about how they access them or how difficult it is to access them, and maybe not controlling guns themselves, but controlling the ability to get them
Mhm.
is the challenge. I don't know. But anyway, I think that's gonna be good for segment one. We're gonna go into a bit of a song break now, guys, where we'll be probably maybe take 5-10 minutes, have a break, have a walk, get a drink, eat some food, whatever it might be, and we'll see you again
Heat some
shortly.
pizza.
Heat some pizza, exactly. All right, guys. Speak to you shortly. Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you had a good chance to get a good break. I need to turn on my closed captions. There we go. And I hope you enjoyed the variety of tunes that were played over the break there. I was saying over the break, and I think I said at the start, like your taste in music is impeccable, my guy. Honestly, I love it. I'm loving everything. I'm loving the variety. I mean, we've got a bit of Pink playing in the background now, as well as Coheed and Cambria, Gorillas. I've learned this Abney Park and Major Voice. Like, great stuff. Great stuff. Anyway,
I like to think.
yep.
I'd like to think my playlist is a roller coaster of a ride.
It certainly is. It certainly is.
Little known fact: there's actually a song somewhere in there called "Last Ride of the Day," which is heavily inspired by being on a roller coaster.
Ah,
Give it a spin.
yeah. I think I certainly will. Okay. Well, welcome to the next segment. This is game show. I don't know if you prepared yourself for this.
Game show?
Game show.
No, I did not prepare myself for the entire second half of this.
No. Okay. Well, here we go. We're going in blind. Okay. So there are some listed game shows. There are some listed games that we tend to play. Playground Insults tends to be a favorite. And I've got a bit of a new one as well for us to try. But
My body is ready.
Perfect. I'm very glad about it. I'm very glad. Okay, so I guess we'll start off with the new one then. I'm gonna present you. I should probably say what it's called. It's called fake news. I'm gonna present you with 3 headlines. 2 of them are complete bullshit, and only one of them's real. Your objective is to figure out which one is real. I only have 2 rounds of this prepared, so let's just see how it goes. So, your first round. Headline number 1. Streamer starts dance party on Fortnite map. Breaks server. Headline number 2. TikToker 14 dead after hitting undetonated sea mine with hammer in virtual viral TikTok horror. Headline number 3. Man stunned as he finds face of angry Homer Simpson in lamb chop. They all sound very believable, apart from maybe one of them.
I mean, to me, the 14-year-old screwing around with a sea mine seems like the fake news, because I believe that like the dance party in Fortnite probably could kill a server, but
it is TikTok though.
Yeah, exactly, and everything dumb happens in TikTok. I'm gonna go with the TikToker one.
You think the TikToker one is bullshit?
I hope it is.
Correct.
Okay.
The TikToker one is bullshit, but here is the other curveball. Only one of the last 2 remaining are actually real.
Only one of the last 2.
So I will give you
so there's still another fake one?
Yep. There is 2 bullshit, 1 real.
Can I have the third one again?
Man stunned as he finds face of angry Homer Simpson in lamb chop.
You know, now it gets hard because, like, as believable as the dance party is on Fortnite, I've seen so many of those stupid, like, the face of Jesus in my toast. I'm gonna go with the dance party.
As being real or fake?
It's the fake one.
Correct. In a weird twist of fate, you are absolutely correct. So, in Sussex, England, a butcher was chopping some meat and came across, inside of a lamb chop, an angry Homer Simpson, and I've sent you it on Discord to look at it. It looks nothing like Homer Simpson. I will put it up on the stream.
That does not look like Homer Simpson at all.
No, it doesn't, does it? However, that was the correct one. A man did find angry Homer Simpson in his pork chop.
Why
As we
does,
said, yep.
I was gonna say, why does he have heart eyes?
I don't even know. I don't
Heart
even
eyes,
know. Hard eyes, motherfucker. For
wrong
everyone
size,
watching, there you go. So what we're
That
currently doing, Emilio, is we're playing the new game, Fake News. There were 3 headlines. 2 of them are fake, 1 of them is real, and we've just ascertained from the first round. The first real headline is "Man stunned as he finds face of angry Homer Simpson in lamb chop." And there you go. There's the face of angry Homer Simpson.
Clearly, this man needs to go watch a couple more episodes of Simpsons.
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, next round.
I don't think I'm going to be this lucky.
No,
Again.
these ones, this next round might get a bit hairy. So, world's last blockbuster store finally closes, leaving millions devastated. Headline number 2. World's oldest person credits longevity of life to love of pickles. Number 3. Bear spotted cooling off in a jacuzzi during a heatwave.
Okay, can you hit me with the second one again? Something about pickles?
Yep. The world's oldest person credits longevity of life to their love of pickles.
Jesus, all of these sound real.
Only one of them's real.
I swear I've seen pictures of bears in jacuzzis, though. Like, how is that not a thing? And I haven't checked if the last blockbuster in Seattle, I think it's Seattle. Is it? God, I think it's out there. There's only one of them left. And did it close down? Crap! I know there's only one left. I'm gonna say the pickle one. Like, yeah, that the pickle one is. Oh wait, it's Find the True one, right?
Yeah.
Um,
You can play deduction though. You can break away fake ones. Just make sure you don't break away the wrong one.
that's the problem. Like, I think the other 2 are real, but there's no way that the pickles can be real. But there's only one true one. I'm gonna say that the blockbuster one is the true one.
The blockbuster one is fake. It's
So
bullshit.
it is still open.
It is still
All right,
open.
good.
So you've got 2 more. I'll give you a chance. We'll give you a lifeline on this one.
Yeah, I'd like to phone Donald Trump. Hey, can you find the fake news, please?
All of it. It's all fake.
All of it. It's all fake.
Everyone's talking
Believe
about
me.
impeach. No one's talking about his peach. You seen his ass? Fattest ass in politics, honestly.
Bear in a jacuzzi is fake.
It's not.
God
A
damn
bear,
it!
a bear. Police in the city of Burbank found an unexpected visitor taking a refreshing dip in the state of Southern California during a heatwave. Someone, quite literally, has a jacuzzi in their backyard and found a bear in it. And there was a bear just vibing, and I will deliver you an image right now of this said bear, vibing. There you go.
I shouldn't even be disappointed. I knew this existed.
Yeah.
But the pickles thing was just so far out there.
And there you go for all the viewers out there on the screen. This is the bear photographed chilling in the jacuzzi in California. Yeah, in Southern California, the police, City of Burbank police, responded to a call. And yeah, after a short bathe, the bear climbed over a wall and then headed for a tree.
As somebody who comes from Maine and bears are a common backyard occurrence, this shouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, well, unfortunately,
I got.
You got, yeah. One. I mean, you are 1 for 1, I suppose. It's not too bad. I wish I'd have prepared a few more for this one, but that's just a test segment for a new game show for next season. So there you go, everyone. Enjoy the free view of a game coming next season. So, okay. Well, we'll go to our next game then. Let's play some Playground Insults.
Would you rather?
I mean,
Don't tempt me.
unless we can do that. I normally I wanted to put Would You Rather into Chattybee, but I'm so worried that I'm gonna be like, who would you rather fuck, to someone who's like, I don't want to talk about this. And I'm like, or would you rather, Hillary Clinton or Shrek or something? I don't know.
No, Jesus Christ.
Well, the answer's obvious. It's Shrek, right? But
Right.
so playground insults. If you haven't heard of this before, all we're gonna do is take turns insulting each other with the most mundane playground insults we can think of until one of us breaks and laughs.
Oh, so this is like,
Yeah.
what is it? The Don't Laugh challenge. Oh, I'm gonna lose this real quick.
Oh yeah. Don't worry about offend. I even said I will pay you if you can offend me, because no one can offend me. So, and Grave says that's why you clear the would you rather questions with the person ahead of time. Yeah, but it's more fun when you get the shocked expression as well. The what? Why are you asking me this? All right. Would you like to go first?
Can you explain the rules one more time, please? Sorry.
We will take turns insulting each other.
Mm-hmm. And then the first person who
The
laughs
first person to
loses.
laugh. Yeah.
I can't make up insults like this.
Feel free to Google.
Of what? I'm gonna have to look up the old Switch game. Oh, sir.
Oh, I love that game.
The insult
Your mother
simulator.
smells like a
or something.
European. I think that was one of the ones from the Oh Sir Playground Insults game. I'm sure you can unlock Morgan Freeman as a character on that as well.
Oh
What
God.
a wild game. But yeah. Are you not a roaster? Do you not roast?
I'm not a very good roaster. I feel like I'm better when I actually know the person. But if I'm just having to like come up with stuff off the top of my head, like, of course everybody's the same way. Like the more you know somebody, the better you get to like finding those things that really dig at them. You're like, ha, this guy
got him. Yeah. No, it's okay. We can just play around. Okay. Are you prepared?
I'm trying to like. I actually was just looking at like random insults from Oh Sir.
You're just laughing at the insults you see online. You're fucked, dude. This game's over.
Oh my God! Hold on. I've already lost. I laughed at my own insult here, right? Is that how that works?
Yeah. When you laughed at the thought of saying an insult.
Your sense of style can be found on Pokemon Go, and everybody knows that.
Oh no.
Oh God. Oh. Stupid.
If you keep rolling your eyes, eventually you'll find a brain.
The last time I rolled my eyes, I almost ascended to another plane. I feel like I'm just gonna start whipping out your mom levels of.
That's fine. Absolutely fine. You can be as fucking brutal as you want as far as I go.
Oh, I'm such a bad comedian when it comes to roasting people.
I don't want to throw another insult at you though, because I've already thrown one, and I feel like at that point it's probably bullying if I just keep throwing them at you. So I will let you. I
don't want to use like yo mama jokes because this is like, oh, that's just like low hanging fruit.
That's fine. Zai says grab his mom's dick and twist it.
Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my God, it's a UFC match. Twist his dick!
Twist his dick!
Yo mama's so fat when she sits around the house, she really sits around the house.
Youch.
Ouch.
Kittens. You are the human equivalent of a participation award.
I once told my therapist about you. She didn't believe me.
I'm not saying you're stupid, but if there was a zombie apocalypse, you'd be the first to bring a spoon.
At least I'm eating tonight. Just remember, there's no such thing as a dumb question until you ask it.
You're so dumb you'd trip over a wireless network.
I needed a second for that one. All mistakes are fixable, yet you aren't.
It's the delivery. It was the delivery. You are built like a 1x1 Lego piece.
If I get the chance to make you a friend again, I'll ignore you because I don't want to make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, well, you've only got 2 brain cells and they're both fighting for 3rd place.
The good book says to make good friends, but I think I've made a mistake.
If genius really does skip a generation, your children are going to be brilliant.
Brilliant.
Why did you say it like that?
Brilliant.
I'm really trying hard not to insult Zai either.
Oh, bring her into the fold.
No, this isn't about insulting Zai. But it could be. Should we just play Playground and insult them both? Just sit and insult them? I'm just kidding.
You're right. Maybe you're right. I think I'm no match for you in terms of stupidity and foolishness.
Fuck. You smell like hot dog water.
I drink that on the daily.
I can tell. I played this with Burr once, and Burr's mom was in the chat insulting me, and it was really hard to stay focused when I had someone's mom in the chat insulting me as well.
I think it's good that some roasts aren't that good, or I should say I don't laugh at every roast, but at the same time I can't come up with a damn good roast to save my life. You're the human version of Athlete's Foot, annoying and hard to get rid of.
Fuck. You look like a before picture.
It's kind of hilarious that you're trying to fit your entire vocabulary into that one sentence.
You could have been an extra in Chernobyl.
I'd give you a nasty look, but you already got one.
You are definite proof that the gene pool needs lifeguards. It is easy not to laugh at them, but it's hard to come up with them.
Oh, yeah, I'm absolutely in the same boat. You're just like a Russian doll, full of yourself.
The only time you don't look dumb is when I close my eyes.
You have the attention span of ice cream in July.
You're a personified version of a menstrual cramp.
You deserve to be loved, but from a distance.
Um, if zombies were to try and eat your brains, they'd starve.
If anyone ever tells you you're beautiful, they're lying.
Oh. I'm glad this is a podcast because you definitely have a face for radio.
What? I know you don't like me, but I mean, that says a lot. You need to acquire better tastes.
I felt like my life was incomplete until I met you. Now I feel like I'm finished.
Everything around me is changing, but not you, my friend. You are always the same.
You bring joy to every room that you exit.
I only choose to hang out with you because you're uglier than me. That way I look better.
Uh, I feel bad having a battle of wits with an unarmed opponent.
God, it's like I'm in the 90s again. If you're gonna act like a turd, go lay in the yard.
There we go, playground insult. You're about as much use as a condom machine in the Vatican. That's a Red Dwarf reference.
A red dwarf? I don't get that reference. I'm jealous of the people who have never met you before.
Um, I, I can't think of anything. Fuck. Google, help.
Google, save me.
Save me, Google, please.
Clearly, your Google foo is not that good.
No, it's not. Sadly not. I'm gonna have to
You-
give you the win on this one.
You
I'm.
must be strong like bull, not wet like noodle.
Yeah, no, I've got to be. Nah, I've got to give you this one. Your poker face is too good. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I feel like dealing with zingers all day. It kind of sets me up for that one.
Yeah, yeah, and there's not really. There's a couple of instances where it's easy to throw insults, but I think I just kind of ran out, and I'm like, I'm gonna start repeating myself, and that's not good.
Yeah, so, roasting somebody is, I think, is a lot better when you actually have like good ammunition against that person.
Oh yeah, without
I have a
doubt.
coworker I roast all the time because he flakes on us.
Yeah. So okay. Well then, let's jump into some Would You Rather.
Oh God! I don't like it. It's all wet in here. Ew, gross.
Oh no! Help. All right. Well, I guess we can start off timid and tame, and we can go with a question each, I guess. So I don't know if you have any. Feel free to find some. Would you rather wear the same socks for a month or the same underwear for a week?
Neither of these bother me. Is that wrong?
I mean, it depends how warm it is, really. You could be sitting in that ball stank for a whole week.
I'm gonna hope to wear the.
Because the socks will probably go crispy.
So you're probably gonna have to play the rules of like. You have to wear both of these at the same time, kind of thing. Because it's like, oh, I'll just wear the same underwear for a week and not wear the socks. I'll be good. I don't have to wear them for a month.
Yeah. Well, that's it.
I'm gonna go with the underwear for a week. It's a shorter amount of time.
The real question is, which one would Zai rather be around? The socks for a month or the underwear for a week?
Probably the socks for a month.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a case of, is it the athlete's foot or is it nut sweat?
I mean, technically speaking, you can still shower. You just have to put the same shit back on.
Yeah, you could.
So I would take the shorter amount of time.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll give you that one. I'll probably say the same as well. It would have to be the same underwear for a week. And then just hope I don't shit myself, because that would be really unfortunate. Would you rather have a third nipple or an extra toe?
I don't know the downside to either of these. They're both weird, but like I know people live with third nipples, and I don't know of many people who have extra toes.
Yeah, I think buying shoes would be a pain in the ass with the toes.
At least you just wear the same shirt, but the shoe might be a problem. You might have to get special shoes. So I'm gonna go with third nipple. My love life is gonna be extremely weird though.
Why?
Having to explain to every person you take your shirt off to, what's that? Oh, it's a third nipple.
Oh yeah, this is Christopher. It's my third nipple. Yeah, people only have two hands.
That's a reference to something, isn't it?
Yeah, that is.
I've heard that before.
That is a reference to a previous episode, actually, of Chattybee. In which we read a story about a lady who, her partner had a third nipple, and it was perfectly positioned, so it looked like the nipples were eyes, the third nipple was a nose, and the belly button was a mouth. And she ended up calling
I remember hearing this story.
Yeah.
Yep, I heard this. Yep.
But then also, if it comes to like sexy fun times, like people only have two hands, so that's only two of the nips getting played with, bro. Well, yeah, I suppose it's the mouth, isn't it? But anyway, moving on. They got a mouth, don't they? What, you don't have a mouth? Yeah, I don't know. The triple nipple. I think that's probably what I would go with. Why are you showing me your feet? Why? Okay, so Ghost just said, what about my feet? So, have you ever had your nipples played with someone's foot? That would be... Cherry just told us how weak his bedroom game is as one go. I mean, it's no... Really?
How weak his bedroom game is?
Yeah. I mean, it's no secret. I'm a disappointment to all, including my wife.
He's a vanilla as fuck.
Yeah. My love life is acts of service. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway.
Even if that is going and finding another guy.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Insult moment is over. My bad.
It's fine. My wife's boyfriend makes them happy.
Acts of service is sucking them titties.
I hate to embarrass myself, but 90% of men or women wish they had a chutty in bed. Nice. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, a little orange lion plushie. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I have a tummy.
I'm pretty sure I have you on my couch.
Okay, so would you rather babysit a crying infant for a day or have an unwanted
Oh,
house guest for a week?
fucking Christ!
I hate both of these because I'm very much a man of my own space.
Same. I hate kids, and I've had not necessarily unwanted house guests, but somebody who's overstayed
Yeah.
his welcome for sure. I probably, Jesus, I'd probably still go.
It's a tough one because I hate kids and I also I've had the overstayed the welcome situation.
I'm half tempted to be like, nobody said I had to leave the kid alive.
What? You can't kill the child because it's crying. Well,
You're
I
right.
mean,
I
you
don't.
could.
I don't have to
You
give it
shouldn't.
attention or figure out what's wrong either, because it's not gonna stop. That's what all babies do. They don't stop.
Choose the kid and I'll deal with them.
Choose the kid and I'll deal with them. Yes.
To be fair, it would be the same with us. It's like, why is it crying? Oh, who cares? Just put on this sweet, tasty Spotify playlist. Just ignore it. But no, I'm not for legal reasons. I'm not promoting any sort of child abuse.
I don't know. I mean, you might, but
Well, I suppose, yeah, but I guess this show doesn't have your name on it, so you can promote that. All right.
I probably would go with the uninvited guest because I just fucking hate kids. Joke's on me. The uninvited guest is a child. Ha!
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, that would be the worst. Why? But also, why would you just have a random child? Like, what situation? I get. So there's the uninvited guest where maybe like the in-laws or something would come round and you're not expecting it and you kind of just wanted to do your own thing that day maybe. And that's annoying. And it's annoying when it's oh, can I stay for a day? And then it turns into staying for like a week or 2 weeks, and that's even more annoying. But also, yeah, I hate children, especially babies. They just kind of do nothing.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. All right.
Want me to give a spin?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you rather always be 10 minutes late or 20 minutes early?
Early. I am. That's an easy one for me. I'm always early. I have an intrinsic thing about being late. I just can't be late. Maybe it's an autism thing. I have no idea. I just cannot be late. Everything has to be scheduled and regimented. Yeah.
Same.
I'm like, oh, we need to be here by 10 o'clock. We need to be setting off out this door by 9:15, no later.
Yep. Oh God, it sounds like me.
Yeah. And Ghost fucking hates it. Ghost is like, it only takes 20 minutes to get there. I'm like, what about traffic? What about traffic lights? Prepare for the unexpected.
If you're not early, you're late. Yup, heard that before.
Yeah. But then again, yeah, Ghost and Zai are both late to D&D every time.
Yeah, I wonder what it's like to actually have a significant other that is keeping tabs on your schedule, like I have to do with her. Like, God, Zahi never like just sits at the door like, we're gonna be late. Hurry the fuck up. No, it's like it's always moving at my speed.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, this is just turning into bitch about our wives hour, but that's fine. So, welcome to segment 2, everyone. This is the bitch about our significant other segment.
Aren't you the one that's just recently married? You shouldn't be doing this yet.
It's fine. It's fine. We've been together for like 10 years. It's fine.
30 years.
We've been together since I was 6. I
Believable
hate
on some
when
accounts.
they're like, oh, I'll be ready. It's fine. How long are you gonna take to get ready? And Ghost will say, oh, only about 10 minutes. And then it takes about 25 minutes and we're late. I'm like, what happened to 10 minutes? Well, I only have to do this. It'll only take another 2 minutes. 5 minutes later. Ghost was late by 1 hour to their own wedding.
Are you shitting me, Ghost?
No, I was stood at the arch, and we were meant to get married at 1. And I got a text from Ghost saying, oh, "I'll be there in like I'm gonna be late, maybe 10 minutes." 30 minutes later, oh, nearly ready. Another 10. 30 minutes later, literally, it became our wedding celebrants latest ever arrival that they've ever done in any wedding ever. So if
I'm
you,
not having this slander.
it's not. It isn't entirely Ghost's fault, but in the same token, like I was stood there and I was not nervous until I got to the arch, and I was like, "Yeah, okay, I am nervous now because I've got a." It was the public speaking that I was nervous about. Mm. But yeah, an hour. Jesus. So, is there any times that you've
Should have
been
brought the
annoyed by
Switch.
Zai being late?
Angry about her being late?
Was Zai late to their own wedding?
No, thankfully. Not an hour late. I think I don't remember. I think maybe like 10 minutes, but like it wasn't that egregious.
Yeah, not as egregious as an hour ghost.
I can't remember the last thing I got upset about her being late. Because usually I plan so much in advance that like it doesn't bother me anymore.
Yeah.
I tell her, "Oh, we're leaving at 12:30," when I really want to leave at 1:00.
Yeah, I do that as well. I know I joke about I'm not wounded about the wedding situation at all. Because it's kind of it was the person getting them ready was just kind of pissing around. So it was their fault. But yeah, there has been times where I do say, "Oh, we need to leave earlier than we actually need to leave," just because you've got to add like unexpected traffic time to it.
Prepare for unforeseen consequences.
Exactly, you never know, and there are occasions where, like, it's just I don't know how someone's internal timekeeping isn't. I don't know. Maybe it's just because ours is maybe too tuned. I have no idea. But I have no chill if I know I'm going to be late. I am not relaxed at all. I'm stressed. So, all right. Would you rather physically or mentally never age?
Physically? I would rather never physically age.
So you
Just
stay.
mentally, like I would not want to be a child my whole life. In my head, like we've seen what that looks like. It's when people don't grow up in their heads.
Yeah. So Grave asks, when does it kick in? We're saying right now. So your appearance, as it is right now, would never change. So that's a difficult one for me because physically aging obviously sucks for like the medical side of it, but mentally aging, it's like there's something in wisdom. I think as well.
That would be like, I think that would be saying like you would never like learn from anything anymore. Like, I guess it'd be hard to say what aging mentally is.
Yeah. I don't know if you
Can
live
you?
forever though. I don't. It doesn't mean you live forever, right? Because you'd still.
Oh, probably not. No.
Yeah. But then it also depends if physically aging also affects your internal organs as well. Because that
It'd
would.
be really
Yeah.
sucky because like generally when you an aging body you can tell when things are breaking down, but if you're not showing signs of aging, then how do you catch the things that are breaking?
Yeah. Well, exactly. Would you rather then sleep in a coffin full of snakes every night, or have to cut off your pinky toe?
What the fuck? I'll sleep with snakes.
A coffin full of snakes?
Sure. I'd like to keep the same amount of blood that's in my body that is currently there right now. It's a coffin of snakes. You didn't specify they're poisonous.
Maybe they're not. But also snakes, not. Yeah, I guess it does kind of depend because some snakes are just kind of naturally chill.
Yeah.
Until you give them a reason to be afraid. But maybe lying on top of them would probably give them a reason to be afraid. But yeah, it's also every night, so maybe one of the snakes has a bad day. And then all of a sudden they're like they're boring into your head. Sorry, that's a bit graphic. What else is there? What else have we got? Okay. Would you rather get a paper cut between your fingers every time you touch paper? Or bite your tongue every time you eat?
Fuck me.
Yeah,
Ugh.
they're fucking awful. I hate paper cuts. They're the worst.
I'm gonna bite my tongue. Fuck that. Fuck paper cuts, especially between my fingers. Cringe. Jackass 2.
Oh no. No, you just brought it back for me?
I hope I did.
Fuck. Oh, but also biting your tongue can be like if you get the end of it, that can be really painful.
I fuck. You know what? No, I can't do paper cuts. Like, I hate it when I get them anywhere. I mean, I hate biting my tongue too, but Jesus Christ.
It was the between the toes and jackass for me.
Stop it.
Sorry. That's what got me.
Didn't Steve-O do his dangly parts too?
Yes, he did.
So one of them did their balls, and I was like, oh my god, no! Oh.
No, it was terrible. Oh, do you have any others? Do you have any would you rathers?
I did see a pretty funny. Hold on. Would you rather vomit on your hero or have your hero vomit on you?
Oh, okay. So I'm a metaphobic. So both of these are terrible, but I think I would rather vomit on my hero because at least, like, I don't know. Actually, no. Because does anyone want to be like, oh, meet the guy who was sick all over this guy? But also, the thing is, because of my emetophobia, when I'm sick, I am more sick because I'm sick. But if someone was sick on me, I would probably reply with vomiting.
Vomiting right back on them.
Yeah, so that would turn into some sort of weird thing that someone would probably pay to see. But yeah, no, I probably would go for I would be sick on someone, vomit on someone. I hate the word as well. Oh, that word's awful. Would you rather never have to worry about money again or never feel lonely again?
Never have money again.
Yeah.
I don't care. As it stands right now, I don't care what they say. Money can buy happiness. Happiness is perspective.
Yeah, it helps though. It can help. It depends where you are currently as well. If you're comfortable as well.
True.
But
Yeah.
also the internal feeling of. Oh, here's one that's really fucked up. Would you rather have taste buds on your butthole or poo out your mouth?
Here we go again. This is the fuck. It always comes down to this one. Fucking A. Both of these are shit. Literally.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. But I mean, having taste buds on your butthole would also. It doesn't say in exchange for the ones in your mouth, so maybe it doesn't matter. But also, you get horrible.
You're gonna have to taste shit every goddamn.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to taste shit either way, aren't you?
Yeah, you are. So like, I get why they do this one. Like, fuck, like, fucking taste buds on my asshole. They're both shitty.
Yeah, literally.
Literally.
Taste buds on the ass is objectively worse, Neon. I completely agree. You have to deal with things like swamp ass and the like, whereas pooping out your mouth only means tasting shit. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough.
Would you rather have a pause or a rewind button for your life?
Okay. So I have a couple of caveats for this because pause.
All right, Doctor Who.
Yeah, no, like if you pause your life, does that it pauses the situation you're in, but does that pause everyone around me as well? Because that means I could use it to like steal stuff. Or does it, because it's like, oh, you get these things where you may feel, oh, I really want this vacation or whatever to last forever because I'm really enjoying it, but a pause button doesn't actually fix that problem. But then a rewind button, you can go back and change some things that you've done. But would I want to do that knowing that some of the things in my life that I'm not so proud of have also helped form who I am today? Oh, this one sucks. I'm going to go with the pause button just so I can steal shit.
I think I would go with the pause button too. Mainly because of like you said, the rewind the decisions made you who you are today. I've seen enough of Butterfly Effect to realize that the rewind button isn't going to solve anything, but a pause button can prevent you from dying in really stupid situations. Or,
Yeah.
slap your significant on the ass and they'll never know that it happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but also you could also just do that anyway.
Nah, I know, I know.
It's the dying thing that I like. It's not going to help you if you're falling, but or will it? No, because it doesn't pause you. We're assuming it
Well, we
doesn't
haven't really
pause you.
decided if it pauses the rest of the world around you either, so.
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
like how many cautionary tales exist for this exact scenario.
Yeah. That's yeah. No. Okay. So I'm gonna say yeah. I think the pause because yeah,
Hmm.
exact reasons you said. Like if you get yourself into a bit of trouble or someone's gonna mug you or something like that, you could pause life. But also, where's the button? Do I have to reach in my pocket to get it? Or can I just mentally pause? Because that would also make a bit of a difference. But I think pause for me is better.
I just realized I think we're looking at the same lists. I just started scrolling and there's the one about the snakes. I was like, so I've asked you one from the list already.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Quickly change his website. Um, um, would you rather have to end your day by eating a raw onion or 5 cloves of garlic?
Whew, I like garlic, so let's go with garlic. I have no idea what raw garlic tastes like, so that probably rip me, right?
Um, it's very overpowering to eat a full, like a clove of garlic. But then again, it is only 5 versus a full fucking onion. You could just buy small onions, I guess, but
Hmm.
I don't know. But if I had to do that, I would absolutely use that to torture my wife. I'd be like, "Oh, kissy, kissy, get ready."
Oh, yep, she's a vampire. Yep.
Garlic can rip through your stomach walls if you eat too much. Oh shit!
Hmm.
I didn't know that.
Well, I'm
That's
dead.
insane. Rip, okay, see you
Wait.
later. And um, I guess we'll do one more each, and then we'll move on to the Am I the Assholes?
Oh God. All right.
So, would you rather eat ice cream with ketchup or a banana with ketchup?
I don't know what either of these would taste like.
What was that, sorry?
Ice cream ketchup or
Ice
banana with
cream with
ketchup?
ketchup or a banana with ketchup?
Oh. Probably ice cream with ketchup. I have no idea what these would taste like. So ice cream with ketchup.
Yeah, I
I
guess ice.
know like ice cream or not. Sorry, ketchup with like orange juice is the world's worst decision ever. But okay,
How did you find that out?
took a bite of scrambled eggs and ketchup, and then immediately downed it with some orange juice, and that was the worst decision ever. Because
Oh,
ketchup is literally liquid salt,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
and
Okay.
orange juice is nothing but acid.
Oh no. Yeah, I have a thing with ketchup. I don't really like it.
Are there people out there that don't like ketchup?
Yeah. I mean, there's people out there that love it. I mean, we know someone. Me and Ghost know someone
Mm.
who they eat ketchup with everything.
You gross.
Like if they were gonna have like a roast where you'd normally have like gravy or something, they'll have ketchup
Mm.
instead. They like take ketchup around in their bag. That's how bad it is. Like if they go to a restaurant,
Gross.
they won't take restaurant ketchup. They'll use their own.
That's like the Nutella guys.
Yeah, that's
Always
like
gotta leave the
that's
house with
OCD.
Nutella.
That's what that sounds like to me. That's
Mm.
a compulsion at that point. Do you have one last one?
Yeah. I still got some up.
Oh no.
Would you rather always have to use sandpaper as toilet paper, or always have to use hot sauce as eye drops or eardrops?
Oh. Sandpaper is toilet paper, or hot sauce is eye drops or ear drops. Now, I can sort of subconsciously feel the hot sauce in the eye. I have no idea what it would feel like in the ear, though.
Well,
Zai
I
says
already
sandpaper,
know.
flip it over.
Well, I already know what wiping your ass with sandpaper feels like, so I'll probably go with sandpaper.
Was that a dare or?
No, it's a joke. It's a reference to another joke that I know of. Some of you people have never wiped your ass with Skillcraft, and it shows.
Oh no.
Skillcraft is like a low, like fucking companies use it like for toilets and stuff like that. It's just paper thin
Cheap,
toilet paper that's not
single
it's not
ply.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you're getting a finger in the asshole when you wipe. Like, yeah, I've experienced that. You have to take a whole roll just to get some sort of protection against when wiping. Yeah. Oh, but also the sandpaper thing. I think honestly, maybe. Well, here's the thing, right? I will just turn my ass into a crustable by not wiping for a while, and then I could just sandpaper Jimmy that shit away. And then I'll have a protective shit layer on my ass that I could then. But then again, what? Oh, what grain? Let's take thick. Yeah. Okay. No, I'm gonna wipe my ass with sandpaper. There is no objectively better decision there. I mean, what would you rather do?
I'm probably gonna go with the sandpaper too.
Yeah, it's just making me think of the Human Centipede 2 and the guy masturbates with sandpaper. Oh,
Does he? Oh, I've never fucking seen those.
Thank God that movie's in black and white. Huh? You're not getting a crust. You're getting a rash. You want to bet?
Yeah, thank God that it's just chocolate sauce. Yeah.
Yeah. I just stop wiping my ass, take a shit, climb in the shower, and rinse it out. I mean, you could do that.
Nobody said how. So nobody really specified how hard you have to press the sandpaper against your butthole either. It's just gonna be really dirty in there at all times.
Yeah, it is. Hey, Chang, how you doing? Welcome to Chattybee when it gets terrible. We've been talking about wiping our asses with sandpaper. Yeah, I just don't. No, I think if you could let it crust, and then, I mean, you would get a rash though. But then, is a rash better than peeling? Would you be peeling this? Well, yeah, it would, wouldn't it? But then you'd have the smoothest asshole in the business. Yeah, you absolutely could not let it crust. See, all of you guys don't have asshole crusts, and it shows. How messy your shit, bro? Bro, you shit, you don't wipe, you stand up, and then you just squat for a bit just to like rub it round. I like to call it a smattering.
God damn, you shit with that ass.
Show me what that shit do, bro. And then yeah, you let it dry, and then you pick it off later. There was actually a Reddit post of a guy. Well, it was his girlfriend making the post saying he doesn't wipe properly, and then he picks the crust from his ass hairs, and then just leaves the little crusty bits, crumbs, in the bed.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but he's out and about. He'll just pick his crumbs and then just dangle it around. Yeah.
No.
It's terrible, isn't it? But then it's worse if you have ass hair though, because that shit's like, yeah, that's not good. That's really bad.
Lock him away.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, definitely. Anyway, moving on.
He needs to go to Arkham Asylum right there.
This is absolutely, this is Ra's al Ghul behavior. Welcome back to segment 3, everyone.
Why though?
I hope you all like the image, the Gru with Chutty drawn over the top. That was drawn by Zai, who then gave up because of how terrible and cursed it looked. But yeah, why though? The segment where we'll go through some of the asshole posts, we'll have a chat about them, and then decide who is the asshole. So, do you have your posts? Your proposts? Do you have your posts ready, Kens?
Yeah. Let me flip through any of these like 7 tabs I have open. I actually had a really hard time with this because I am an asshole. So like most of these are like, oh, No, that's normal. Like,
This
fuck
is
those
reasonable.
guys.
Yeah.
This is reasonable. What are you talking about? I did have. I think I did find two. I don't have the second one or the first one I found that was like really like I was like, yeah, that one. Um, but yeah, we'll just see how many we get through. Uh,
Yeah, sure.
uh,
We'll probably do a couple each,
yeah.
depending on them. And I'm gonna really try my best not to say this is a communication problem, because they're all communication problems. They always are.
Oh god, you want me to read the whole thing too? Because one of these I was like that one, and I was like, oh god, it's a goddamn Stephen King novel.
I mean, if you'd like to read it, go ahead.
Ugh. No, all right. So this one I picked because I kind of was like, oh yeah, I know how that feels. All right. So it's am I the asshole for allowing my kids to wear whatever they want? All right. So my three kids go to private school that has uniforms and strict dress code. Both my husband and I are meticulous about their education during the school year and take it very seriously. However, we have an unspoken rule that the summer the kiddos can wear whatever the hell they want as long as it's safe, proper footwear for activities, etc. My oldest started dyeing her hair a few summers ago, and it was picked up by my two youngest. So it's purple and a god awful yellow and a green for the kiddos. It is. It keeps them happy and motivated throughout the year to do fun stuff. I recently went to a family reunion, and a cousin was there with her kids, and she started a fight with me about how I let my kids dress however they want and was setting a bad example for her kids. I explained how my kiddos uh, do have to follow a strict dress code at their school all year around, so the holidays is the only time they get to ever express themselves however they want. Somehow this turned into me being a stuck up classist asshole because her kids have to go to public school, and now I'm just flaunting my wealth around the kids like they're entitled weirdos all summer long.
Oh shit.
Uh, left the reunion after that because I thought the environment was so toxic that my kids didn't need to be involved with it. My grandmother and my aunt think I'm out of touch with the real world, and I just live in a bubble. I allow my kids to dress like weirdos as much money as I have, I can spend on it or spend on them. Excuse me. Uh, I'm not helping them. Let me restart this sentence. I'm not
That's
helping
okay.
them society, but my kids all have friends of their own age and hobbies outside of school.
So, okay, a few bits to unpack there. First of all, thank you very much for the red toast. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you while you were talking, but welcome everyone. Welcome Raiders. Hope you had a good time. Toast. Hope you had a good stream. Okay, so
Housekeeper?
we had. I mean, God help me if I want to instill any individuality into my children by letting them dress as they want and be themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I don't see an issue with letting your children express themselves, and this whole you're setting a bad example for my kids. Why? Because like, are you wanting all of your children to be KGB sleeper agents? Like, let them be who they want to be. Like,
Mm.
yeah, no, I don't think this person is an asshole. I mean, this is for me relatively black and white because I think freedom of expression and creativity and all these different things, I think that's incredibly important, especially as
Mm.
when you're young. Um,
Yeah.
yep.
No, I'll let you finish.
I
Sorry.
was finished. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No, I was gonna say I had not nearly as bad as that
Mhm.
because I didn't go to public school, but I was raised by my grandparents and they were extremely old fashioned and very religious. So
Mhm.
there was a very shorthand list of things that I was allowed to do. Uh,
Yeah.
Anything that I ever wanted to do was pretty much a no.
Mhm.
Like I remember slightly off topic, but like I remember like at one point going, I don't want anything to do with your religion anymore, and they're like, well, too bad. I was like, cool. So where's my freedom of expression? All right, cool, got it.
Yeah.
So yeah, like as a kid who didn't have a lot of freedom of expression, especially not to that extent because I didn't get to grow my hair out, I didn't get to color it. I was always judged by my grandparents by what kind of clothes I wear and that kind of stuff. So no, like uh, I think letting kids have a certain window of freedom of expression, especially if it's only just for the summer, is definitely something that they need, especially when you go to a school that has such strict codes
Yeah.
as a dress code and stuff like that. It is weird to walk into a private school like that with purple hair, I think.
Yeah.
I wonder how that one goes, unless you're just chopping it off.
Well, yeah. I
But,
mean, this is one thing. So in the UK, pretty much all schools have uniform. You don't have the option of own clothes. There's maybe days where you bring in a bit of a donation that goes to charity and you can wear your own clothes. But I get the reason they do that. And it's because obviously the kids who aren't as privileged may not have the brands and you know how sort of material young people can be, younger people. So, you know, the kids who come from wealthier backgrounds may have the in-demand brands of clothing, whereas the other kids won't, and that could lead to things like bullying and whatnot. Um, but I think we're also at a point or we're getting to a point, and we're moving through a point in society now where individuality and self-expression and self-discovery is ever more important, and we're talking about it. You know, there's more conversation around different concepts, whether that's sexuality, whether that's gender, whether that's fashion, you know. Um, so, and I think as part of that, being able to express who you are, who you feel you are, and even mess around with things, you know, mess around with the way you want to have your hair, you know, color wise or cut wise. Um, I think we're moving past a point now where it's all, you know, girls have to have long hair, boys have to have short, you know, hair, spiked hair or whatever it might be. We're past that. We're moving past that. You know, we're not there, but and I think taking that away can cause more problems than it would fix. However, I also understand the importance where there are situations where you need to be dressed appropriately. You may need to be wearing uniform, for example, jobs. And you should also know how to respect that when the situation calls for it as well. So as you say, if it's just for the summer, I think it's a discipline thing. I think letting your kids be themselves, letting them discover themselves safely, discover their individuality in a safe manner is perfectly fine, but also teach them that, you know, places have rules. Rules are to be respected. So yeah, no, I don't think this person's an asshole. I guess that's where you sit as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. My post. Slightly more. I'm just gonna read the title. Am I the asshole for telling my husband to not spray the hosepipe at our 2-year-old?
What the fuck is a horse piper?
A hose pipe.
Oh, don't spray the kids with the hose?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, well, specifically the 2-year-old. Hit all the other ones, just not the 2-year-old. Okay.
Hey, shitbag!
It'd be funny if it was a power wash.
Oh god, yeah, just cut the kid in half.
My husband, 37, I wasn't expecting these ages, and I, 35, have 2 children. A 2-year-old who's nearly 3, and a 1-year-old. Our children, as I'm sure most do, have a bit of a rollercoaster relationship. One second they're all cuddles, and the next my eldest has pushed my youngest over. I'm gently trying to guide my eldest son to be more careful with his little brother so he doesn't get hurt. Today, and on other occasions, my husband was watching both boys while they were in the garden. My eldest likes to use the hosepipe to fill some of his jugs and water play toys. He also has a habit of spraying the youngest brother, who at this point is fairly defenseless to the attacks and gets rather upset. Well, yeah, he's 1 year old. What do you expect? My husband has decided that the best consequence is to spray the elders back with the hosepipe. He's terrified when this happens, crying and screaming, and runs to find me. I shouldn't find this funny, but it is funny. As an additional point, he has always been very sensitive to water on his face and head and has struggled since he was a baby to have his hair washed. I let my husband know I didn't agree with this approach and felt like turning the hosepipe off and talking to my son about how it affected my youngest and why he chose to make that choice would be a better solution. My husband doesn't think that's working and thinks I'm an asshole for suggesting otherwise. He says he will continue to spray my son with the hosepipe in retaliation to him spraying our youngest. I think he's an asshole for being an adult spraying a toddler because he doesn't know how to communicate properly. Am I the asshole? I mean,
no.
no. I mean, you already said it. You're an asshole. I'm an asshole. I mean, I always take the approach, and I know this is a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old, but you shouldn't give it out if you can't take it. And I don't
Oh,
mean
absolutely.
physical violence. I mean, if you're gonna like bully your little brother by spraying the hose at them, and then cry if someone sprays it at you, then you shouldn't spray the hose in the first place. Like you shouldn't, if you're in a glass house, you shouldn't throw stones, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think the 2-year-old sucks for doing that. The thing is, there's only so much talking you can do to a child.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they're 2 and
Especially
1,
that young.
yeah, because they're gonna say they understand, and then they'll be back at it the next day. I think Grave's right. There is definitely a different way to solve it, but also it's funny.
Yeah, Dad's coming to protect me. Oh, you can shoot me with a hose? Dad's gonna shoot you with the hose.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he could just get like a super soaker and not the hose pipe, and just sit there and snipe from a distance. If he's been
those things are getting complex these days too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's ones that they're like fucking submachine guns. Some of them are like firing little spurts of water out, like a rapid fire. Stick a finger in the hose so it's a gentler spray. I mean, you get a nozzle attachment for it. I don't know. I don't think. I don't know on this one. There's definitely
I don't know if that's gentler spray.
a
Usually, you stick your finger in the hose so that it has a little more pressure.
Yeah, so it's an aggressive spray.
Yeah.
I think there almost certainly is a better way to deal with that situation.
I suppose.
But I also think that I'm gonna say they need to find the right way. They need to communicate. But I said I wouldn't say they need to communicate. They just need to tell this kid to stop being an asshole. Like the kid is the asshole here, I think. Like if you're gonna spray your little brother with a hose pipe, then don't be a little bitch about it if you get sprayed.
Yeah. I half want to quote like George Carlin when it's like some kids just need to learn the hard lesson. Like you can tell them like no, like the one they use is like like you tell them don't touch the stove because it's hot, and then they're like, oh well, what's hot? Well, yeah, go ahead, fucking touch it, find out.
Yeah, like
told you not to touch it. Don't believe me though.
Yeah, like make their own mistake.
Yeah, make your own mistake. I mean, as an adult, you need to be able to weigh the consequences of what you're about to have them do, like because you're obviously the smarter one, like you're the one with all the elderly knowledge, I guess you'd say. I can't think of the right word, but
yeah, I mean it is a bit of a natural consequence, but in the same token, like it's not like he's waterboarding the kid, is it? It's like a little bit of water getting on him. Like it depends how he's doing it. But I mean, yeah, if he was terrorizing someone by spraying water at them, then he gets water sprayed at him, then that's a natural punishment. That's a natural consequence to the action. But yeah, I suppose it could teach, because then there's the other aspect of it where I think parenting by fear is not the right way to parent a child. I mean, I'm not a parent, but I think your kids growing up being afraid of you because your punishments aren't proportionate, then that's obviously also a problem. But it also depends. Has he spoken to him before?
Yeah, I don't think that part was mentioned in
No.
the previous scoldings. It was just like, oh, he just woke up one day and the dad started shooting the kid.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when I first read the title, I was like, is this his punishment for everything? Every time he does something wrong, he gets sprayed with a hose.
It eats the greens or it gets the hose again.
Put him in the garden. Take him to the garden.
This one time I saw Dad do the thing with a garden hose. It still haunts me to this day.
Yeah, no, so I think everybody sucks, I think, in that situation. There's a better way to handle it, but also I kind of don't think he's an asshole for doing that. Like, yeah, if a warning doesn't work, take the hose away. Yeah, or if the warning doesn't work, spray the kid with the hose. Like, you do it to cats, right? Not with a hose pipe, but don't you ward cats off with a spray bottle? Do it to
A
children.
hose pipe.
The question was, is the mother an asshole for telling her husband to stop?
That's where we really need to look into it. Is he the asshole? No, you're the asshole for telling him to stop.
Yeah. I mean, but also my other question is, instead of calling him an asshole, why doesn't she correct it then? As well? Because they're meant to be a unit, right? If he's doing it wrong, tell him to stop, but then also deal with the situation.
I think that in those cases, it'd be like, all right, fine, I won't shoot him with the hose, but you're gonna have to intervene. And when we see that your way isn't working, I'm shooting him with the hose.
Yeah, I'm buying into the hose. When the dad sprays the kid with the hose, spray the dad with the hose.
How many movies have I seen? We've tried your way, now we're doing mine.
Yeah, well, exactly. So no, I don't think she's an asshole. But I don't think any of them are necessarily assholes. In that situation. Okay. Do you have another one? I'm doing another one.
Yeah, I got two more. I got this one and another one.
Yeah.
Progressively, I like how they're starting to feed off each other here. Yeah. All right. Am I the asshole for making my neighbor's kid cry because I humiliated them?
Oh.
This one's actually a bit longer than the last one. For context, I am a female, 18. I live with two siblings, female 22, male 24. Recently, new people moved right next to us, and they have kids. And they're a bit loud, which is a bit annoying, but they're kids, and kids will do what kids do. I didn't really have a problem with them until they started ding-dong ditching us. I didn't even know if it could be considered ding-dong ditching because it was literally kick my door like they were impersonating the FBI.
Yeah.
They hang out in front of our house and they do it every 10 to 20 minutes. Keep in mind, they kick hard. My sister is going to call the cops in a fit of rage, but I told her no because talking to their parents or calling the police might actually make it worse. I didn't know the kid's situation at home, and confronting their parents might make it bad for them. But they kept doing it more often and harder, and literally now there's dents and scuffs in the door. I don't even know how it's possible for a kid to that looks 10. I'm seriously getting annoyed, along with all of my siblings. They clearly didn't see the security camera right in front of the door, so I know their intelligence is lacking. So I'm not going to yell at them. So I wrote the sign in the front door kindly asking them to stop kicking because my siblings work from home and it's extremely distracting. But it keeps happening. They rip up the sign, split it, spit on it, and they can't. So I can't take it anymore. I slip on some socks and slippers. I go next door to talk to the parents, and the mom said that it's no big deal. My door wasn't seriously damaged, and that they're just kids trying to have fun. And if it's that distracting, I should put on some headphones. But my last straw is when the kids messed with the package outside my door and shake it and throw it around the box. Throw the box against the stairs. I snap and I decide to take screenshots of all the security footage of these little menaces. I make a poster with their face on it with the damage that they've done, the photo evidence of them being menaces. I type out, neighbors, be on the lookout. Local doorstep gremlins may terrorize your front door, which I found funny at the time. I printed out, tape it all over the neighborhood. My other neighbor finds it hilarious because those kids have also been doing the same thing to her, and she confronted the parents as well, and the parents did nothing. But today, I get a giant knock on my door, and and it wasn't the snot-nosed little kid. It was the mom.
Oh no!
She calls me a bitch and an asshole for humiliating her kids and said that her kids were crying and were now traumatized to go outside. She yells at me and drops the pieces of the ripped up poster at my doormat and walks away. Am I an asshole or did the kids have it coming?
I mean, the parents clearly didn't want to deal with the situation. I hate that kind of parent where it's like, just ignore it. Well, no, they're causing, they're breaching the peace. They're causing distress. So no, the poster of this is not an asshole. If anything, we need to bring the dad with the hose pipe. That's what we need. We need this situation warrants a hose pipe.
Stand at the guard at the front door. Oh, you ain't fucking coming around here.
Or you just get an airsoft sniper rifle and sit in the roof
Oh
on
god,
the top floor.
I would love to take shots at little snot-load shits with my airsoft guns. I'm not harming them. I'm just fucking scaring them away.
Shoot at the feet. Warning shots.
Just shoot their eye out. Yeah, it would be a very painful lesson, wouldn't it?
Yeah. No, I think they've appropriately, in doing their pranks, have been pranked back, yes, by someone who's older and should be more mature, but in the same token, the parents weren't willing to address it, so what option has she got but to take it into her own hands? Not an asshole. The parents of those kids suck, and those kids suck, I think. And traumatized to go outside is a classic. This is a classic parent and a parent of bully kids trying to like weasel their way out of the fact that their kid is an asshole. Because there's a lot of people out there whose their kids are just assholes, and they're like, no, they're not. They're just this. They're misunderstood. They've, their dad left them or whatever. It's like, no, the kid is just a dick, and it's ugly. So, yeah, I don't know. Where do you sit on that one?
No, I don't. Well, no, I don't think they're an asshole. It's a very but it is a very passive aggressive way to get what you want.
Oh yeah, it is.
I hope that like I see posts on like Imgur and like all kinds of other passive aggressive ways of doing it. I'm like, that's exactly how I'd fucking do something. Like I'm not one for like talking to your face a lot unless I'm extremely annoyed with whatever it is you're doing. But I'm sure as shit gonna leave you a note that says "fuck off."
Well, yeah, of course, exactly. And for me, the mail situation, like the package situation, that to me is that's the straw that breaks the camel's back. That is, yeah, because that's not even a harmless prank at that point. That is just destroying someone's property.
Yeah.
And
it could be worse. They could be stealing it too.
Yeah, they're committing crimes. Yeah, Neon says these kids are committing 3 crimes. Yeah, they are. And I think they're probably fortunate that the police haven't been called, because perhaps there would be something to be said to the parents by the police. Maybe fines, even charges. So, yeah, OP is not an asshole. The kids suck.
Overpowered is not an asshole. Kidding.
I mean, it is, but okay. What have I got here? Let me check through. I've got quite a few here. Let's see. All right, here we go. Am I the asshole for not wanting?
Sorry.
OP is OP, please nerf. Am I the asshole for wanting, for not wanting to pay 2 months of rent to my roommate / best friend? So am I the asshole for not wanting to pay 2 months worth of rent and utilities? My current roommate will be moving at the end of the year, and I only have one plan, which is to move back in with my parents. I'm 22, and I've tried looking for another place or to get a new roommate, but I'm pretty much out of time. In order for me to get back home, I'll need to leave 2 months early in October before snow possibly shuts down my only way home. Also, because I'm leaving, I'll have to quit my job to move, leaving me even more tight on money. The reason I don't want to pay is because my roommate is still having me pay half the rent, even though his girlfriend has been living with us for 6 months, and she was added to our lease. I think it's fair that I shouldn't have to pay when I've been covering for her, and when I wasn't asked my opinion on the matter, until after the fact. So his friend's already added his girlfriend to the lease without even talking to the guy who's also on the lease. However, my roommate insists I pay because he's moving into a house and it would put him in financial strain. I don't know if I should die on this hill and go to the landlord and tell him about the situation and ask to be removed from the lease, or just try to negotiate a deal. So, the guy who's been essentially, they're going 50-50 on the rent. One guy brings his girlfriend in. She's now on the lease. So realistically, they should all be paying, 33% each. So that should reduce the rent for the two roommates. But that's not been the case. They're still paying 50-50. So he's technically been paying for the guy's girlfriend. But he needs the money to be able to go back home. So is he an asshole? Or is this
Did he say it was going back home permanently? Like he was moving out, or
Yeah, basically.
so they're both moving out.
Yeah, they're both moving out. But basically, if he doesn't leave, then he's responsible for that entire property on his own, which they can't afford. He can't afford.
Right.
So the plan is for the friend to move out, and because the snow is going to stop him from getting home, he has to leave 2 months early. So he's saying, I'm not paying this last 2 months' rent. You and your girlfriend can cover it. Which I think is fair, because if she's on the lease as well, and it's him and his girlfriend, then they should go 50-50. I don't know.
Yeah, same. Like, I think the roommate's the asshole here. Like,
Yeah.
I've never really had to deal with these kind of situations. I've never had
No.
roommates or anything, luckily. But I'm kind of in his boat. Like, I would try and like, there's no way or no reason that I should, if I'm moving out 2 months early, that I'm the one that needs to pay 2 extra months out of my own pocket, kind of thing. Like,
Yeah.
you're still here for another 2 months. Plus, you have this person who's not on the lease. Like, you really want me to bring this up, kind of thing?
Yeah,
Like,
well, they are. This is the thing. So the roommate added his girlfriend to the lease without talking to the other guy about it.
oh, he did.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
gotcha.
she's now also legally responsible for the rent. Now, him saying I won't pay it, obviously, as Neon says, she says, this will also depend if the landlord's a piece of shit or whether they go to the landlord about it or not. So, I mean, obviously, from a legal perspective, they're still liable for the rent. They're still on the lease. They're liable for it. However, I think from the point that the guy added his girlfriend to the lease without consulting with him first, I think that's a problem. That something should have been said at that point, because it's like, hold on, so she's now a third leaseholder of this property. So why am I still paying half? She should be now entitled to a third of it, because in essence, if the lease was to be broken by any one of them, all three of them are liable. So her being added to the lease, as June Neon says, her being added to the lease without his knowledge would probably be enough to get him out of the lease and out of the rent anyway. It's a difficult situation. Like I've never done roommates and stuff like that. But if I had agreement with someone for 50-50, we have everything's 50-50, it's down the middle. Then somebody else got involved and the somebody else was a partner. It's like, well, no, okay, we're not 50-50 anymore. They've got to pay their fair share. Because I'm not letting my 50% also mean that she doesn't have to pay anything. That's not fair. Because she's still going to be
kind of
using
got screwed
resources.
out of money at that point.
Yeah. So he basically, because it'll be 33% each. Basically, he's paying half of her third, and then obviously her boyfriend is paying the other half of her third. So she's not actually having to contribute anything, but still using resources. So yeah, I don't think he's an asshole for saying that. I certainly wouldn't. If I had to leave a house, I'd be like, no, fuck you, I'm not paying any fucking rent for this place. Like, you two live together. You guys work it out. She's on the lease as well. It's her responsibility. Or I would at least offer, look, I'll pay my third. Because there's 3 of us on the lease. I'll pay my third and that's it. No more. Yeah, and even if the girlfriend doesn't have an income, if she doesn't have an income, she shouldn't be on the lease. Simple as. Because you've signed a lease to say you can't afford to pay it. And if she doesn't have an income, she shouldn't be on the lease. And if she is on the lease, then she's liable for it. So she can have to pull that money out of her ass for all I care. Like, you're on the lease. You're in agreement to pay the rent. So in that situation, the boyfriend then should cover 2/3.
Good
Exactly
lord,
as
this
Moss
sounds like an episode of Judge Judy.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I'm dismissing your case.
Yeah.
Judgment for the plaintiff. Oh fucking hell.
Judgment goes to the defendant.
Yeah. Yeah. No, not an asshole. Fuck them.
No.
Fuck them. Make them pay the rent. They're on the lease.
As a matter of fact, fuck the girlfriend for coming in and not being asked about.
Yeah, and not asking or well, I mean, they may have offered. We don't have context to that, so we can't really make assumptions if we don't have the info.
Mhm.
But you know,
Hmm.
okay. Well, I guess let's do one more from you then. What's your last one?
My last one isn't even am I the asshole? They're like, this shouldn't even be titled Am I the Asshole?
Okay.
Am I the
Interested.
asshole for telling my brother-in-law to fuck off after he called my son a girl for being in therapy?
Oh
my
God.
38 my what the fuck? I guess this is just them saying their age, I think. My 38 male 15-year-old son has been in therapy for the past few months because his friend died, and it was very hard for him. While he had always been there to help him, my wife and I felt like the therapist was doing his best. He seems to be making a lot of progress, so I know it's working. Unfortunately, my brother-in-law is a men shouldn't express emotions kind of guy, and I've always thought that was BS. So I made sure my wife and I were on the same page about not letting that happen. Last night, at the family gathering, my son had just had his therapy session, so we picked him up and drove him there. While there, my son was telling about something that they talked about, and my brother-in-law must have heard or overheard, because he started on a tangent about boys not needing therapy and calling him a girl, and I probably wouldn't have reacted as much if my son hadn't been there. By my son, but my son was visibly hurt from what he was saying. I was pissed at him and told him to fuck off. And that right now my son is more of a man than he is. I would have liked to say more, but I didn't want to get upset, or didn't want to upset my son further. I admitted that I might have gone a little too far, but I was defending my son. I don't think someone who shames somebody else for being healthy while is also being sexist for being a man.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law just glared at me and stormed out of the house. My wife told me that we were leaving, so I got my son and we left. My son didn't say much for the rest of the night, but my wife sure did.
Yeah.
She was mad at me for what I did and saying I disrespected her brother. I tried to explain I was just defending my son in front of him, but
Yeah.
she didn't take it and was ignoring me. I'm still mad over this, but my son was shamed for expressing his emotions,
Yeah.
and everyone gets mad at me for defending him. But all their reactions are making me second guess making me wonder if I'm the asshole.
Right. Okay. Sorry. First of all, thank you so much for the raid, Martin. Again, we got raided. Martin's raided us. Thank you so much for the raid, Martin. I hope you had an amazing stream. Sorry, I didn't respond straight away. I didn't want to interrupt Kittens. I hope you had a great stream. Thank you. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you enjoy it. We are just reading off the last Am I the Asshole, or the last one or two. So it is going to be a bit short for you guys who've just raided in, but I hope you enjoy what you do see. You had to raid with Kittens in here. Fair enough. Okay, so Kittens, back to that one.
Yeah, easiest, not the asshole of my life.
Yeah.
But there was a reason I wanted to pick this, so.
Let's explore that shortly. So I'm interested in I being someone who grew up in and amongst toxic masculinity. Men can't show emotion, men can't cry. There is no weakness in asking for help. Absolutely whatsoever. And I think accepting therapy, or even taking a step to go into therapy, is not a problem. There is nothing wrong with it. It's absolutely fine. It may or may not work for you. You may need to medication and things like that as well, or you may just need someone to talk to while you're working through it. There is no weakness in that. So for this guy to insinuate that, what exactly did he call him? Did he call him a girl?
They didn't specifically say, but it was along the lines of you being a little girl, and men, shouldn't cry, yada yada yada. They
Yeah,
didn't specifically say what he called him.
yeah. So men shouldn't cry. Okay, well, how about I kill this guy's entire family and see how he reacts? Like, yeah. I mean, okay, yeah. I do also have some. You probably tell. I have some personal things with this. Like the whole men shouldn't cry. Men can't show emotion. Men can't ask for help because it shows weakness. Who ever said that men needed to be strong in the first place? But also, I don't think there's anything not strong about enlisting logistical support with something. If you need help to rearrange some thoughts or you need some help putting thoughts out onto a table so you can organize your mind, there's nothing wrong with that.
Hmm.
So, they're not an asshole for telling them to fuck off at all.
Nope.
So, where did you come from with this one?
Oh no, I just wanted to hit on the same thing. Like, I think we're getting better culturally, but it's still like it has this horrible stigma of going out and trying to find help. There's nothing wrong with, for the first part, realizing that you need help. Like
Yeah,
nobody's out there like shaming somebody because they put themselves in Alcoholics and Anonymous because, oh my God, they realized they had a problem. But for
yeah,
some reason, when it comes to mental health things, like, oh, somebody's weak, they can't handle it. Like, uh, I never agreed with that. Um, and that's kind of why I chose this one, is because just you need to be aware that it is okay. Like
yeah.
that shit's not cool to fucking call somebody a girl because they're going to try and find help for themselves.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, completely echoing that point. There is too much. There is too much of this. Men need to be X, or women need to be X, or e- anything along that same line. There's too much of it. I mean, if we
Mm.
weren't, this whole men need to be strong thing for me is like there's nothing weak about asking for help. I just don't see it. Finding, exactly as you said, you've acknowledged you have a problem. And I think one of the strongest steps someone can take is admitting when they're wrong or admitting when something's wrong and taking steps to overcome it or to even move forward in progressing themselves or advancing themselves. So, no, fuck that guy. Like, yeah, fuck him. Like, what's the alternative? Be miserable, be depressed, suffer with anxiety.
Let
That
him shit talk my son. Hell no.
yeah, that's yeah, and I mean that shit's also a gateway. Like if he didn't have that help, things just get worse,
Hmm.
and that's the truth. By not talking about things, by not asking, inquiring about things, or by not having any form of support there, whether it's just are you okay? How are you doing today? Is it, can we work through anything? Um,
Hmm.
if you don't have that, then things do just get worse. Like bottling up is a terrible, terrible thing. Some people deal with things by being quiet and whatnot, but ultimately it comes down to having a support network. Or, some people tend to go for medication. I know I personally did three different types of therapy over a period of about 10 years, and it didn't resonate as well with me, but it did put me on the track that I needed to be on, which turned it was medication.
Hmm.
So even then, move into it. Don't be afraid of it. It's a difficult step to take, but you're not weak for taking that step. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
I've only been to therapy a couple times.
yeah,
And honestly, it didn't go very far. But I would not be surprised if I really do need to fucking speak to somebody.
yeah,
Like, I mean, we all have our own little battles that we have. Some of us not as egregious as having to deal with the loss of a loved one. Some of us is just like, hey, the work culture that I live in is has drained me of everything that I have, but I can't just quit my job right here. Like I need to find something to get me through kind of stuff like that.
Yeah.
But everybody has their own thing that they're going through. So
Yeah, and the main thing is that there's the way people deal with those things, or the way people find ways to deal with those things. Often, there's a huge differentiation. There's no one size fits all approach. So, even just taking that step to find something is probably the strongest thing anyone could ever do. Really. You know, as I say, talking therapy may not be the option for some, but it's there. Even just talking to a friend about, you know, you've had a bad day. You know, it doesn't even have to be as deep seated as a loss of a loved one. It can be you've just had a bad day, but not talking about that stuff bottles up as well. You know, so I'm not saying, oh, you have a stressful day at work, go and get therapy, but just talk about it. And I think we're at a point, as you say, in society, we're slowly getting to a point where it's more accepted. But there's a stigma. Obviously, there's a lot of societal battles for a lot of different people. You know, across across the world. You know, with things like sexuality and gender. But I know I can speak from experience when I say there's a massive stigma when it comes to men's mental health. Um, because of toxic masculinity. You know, you have to act in such a way. You have to be perceived in such a way. You have to be strong. You can't have emotions. You can't have feelings. You should be doing this. You shouldn't be doing that. Obviously, we're not the only ones affected by it, but resources are becoming more available for those types of things. I'm sorry, I've kind of dipped this into a really like a serious thing, but
that's what I was trying to do.
yeah. But I think it's so important that it's acknowledged and it's put across to everyone or to anyone that there's nothing wrong with talking about it. There's nothing wrong with talking about a problem. No matter how big or small it might seem to be, because you know there's some distracting factors where people think that, oh, you know, this is just, it's not much of an issue. It's bothering me, but it's not enough to talk about, because people will just think, oh, that's really small and dumb, when it may not be. The fact that you're having that internal conflict means that it's having more of an impact on you than you think it is. So, yeah, I despise that notion that there's weakness in asking for help. I think that's a terrible, terrible, terrible thing. But yeah, that guy's an asshole. Fuck that guy. Get the dad with the hose again. Where's he at?
Dad, get him with the hose.
Get him. Spray this guy with a hose pipe. I can't say waterboard him, but you know, I'm not saying don't waterboard him either. But yeah, well, thank you very much for the conversation, Kittens. It's been great having you on. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope everyone else listening has enjoyed it as well. That, of course, is where we're going to wrap it up here, and we're going to wrap it up for season 2 as well. Thank you for all the support throughout all the seasons, and thank you to all the guests. Obviously, thank you again to Kittens for being here today. There is going to be quite a break now, probably a month, maybe a month and a half, because there's some big things coming, I'm hoping for, in season 3, and also a very busy September coming up as well. But we're going to be speaking to some guests. We're going to be getting some new faces, some old faces. There might be some special episodes before the new season starts. Who knows? But yeah, thank you, everyone. Did you find anyone you'd like to raid, Kittens? If not,
on my short list of people who I have, surprisingly, there is one on, and I'm pretty sure everybody already knows him.
Yeah. Okay.
Can we guess who's gonna be?
I don't know it.
Well, since Solrock Martin ended his stream before we finished, I suppose Lagta would be the next on the list.
No problem. Yeah, we can jump into Lagter. We've got Lagter, who's reading one of his books live on
Oh,
stream.
is he?
And we've got
Serenade us, please.
We've got Burr, who's playing some Magic the Gathering.
I don't have Burr.
Oh,
I don't have. Hey, believe it or not, I don't have a lot of people that is in Zahi's circle. All right, like I got
That's
like
fine.
4 yeah.
That's okay. Well, we're going to be reading into Lagter, everyone. Send Lagter all the love, all the appreciation. Buy his books. I bought them, and they're fucking great. They're really fucking good. I sent you a link to Burr Kittens just for your follow a list.
I'm already in there.
Perfect. So everyone who, thank you to everyone who subscribed. Thank you to everyone who dropped bits, who followed. Thank you for the raids, guys. It was really good. I hope you enjoyed it. And for season 2, and for probably the next month or so, I will see you guys later. Bye,
Have a good one,
everybody.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye.